Okay, good morning. We are going to reconvene here. So the meeting of the Windward Planning Commission will now come to order. It is Thursday, October 3rd, 2024. The time is 9:26 a.m. This meeting is also being live streamed on YouTube. The commission will have two meetings today. This is the regular meeting at 9 o'clock, and we will have a continued meeting scheduled for 1 o'clock for the planning director initiated bill on telecommunication facilities. If you're here to testify on that item, please return at 1 o'clock when the continued meeting starts. I'll now introduce the commissioners. We have Vice Chair Louis Daniele III,
Good morning.
Commissioner Lauren Baylog,
Good morning.
Commissioner Wayne Deleuze, and Commissioner Chantel Perrin is absent and excused. And I am Chair Dennis Lin. We do have quorum to hold this meeting. Introducing from the Office of the Corporation Counsel, Deputy Corporation Counsel Susanna Tiapula, attorney for the commission, who is present to advise the commission.
Aloha.
Okay. And Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell, attorney for Planning Commission or Planning Department, is absent right now, and also Planning Director Zendo Curran is absent at this time, and we'll have them at a later time. Yeah. Okay, so commissioners, there is a couple of pieces of testimony that was provided after the cutoff time for us. So if you have not looked at those pieces of testimony, please look now. Okay. Commissioners, if you could verbally confirm that you had an opportunity to review the additional application materials and submitted testimony. Yeah. Commissioner Baylog, you need more time? Good. Good, Commissioner Deleuze? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I note that each commissioner has verbally confirmed they had the opportunity to review the application materials and submitted testimony. A couple of housekeeping items. Please turn off or silence your cell phones. Public restrooms are located outside in the middle of the building on the Mackay side. If there is anyone here in person that would like to testify, please fill out the yellow sign-up form at the staff table. Also, if you have any written testimony that has not been submitted earlier, you may submit it now to staff. Okay, moving on to the approval of minutes. The approval of the September 5th, 2024 minutes has been deferred to the next commission hearing in November. Okay, as stated in the published agenda, members of the public may testify regarding any agenda item now or at the time the agenda item is called to order. Testifiers on Zoom, please keep your video camera off and audio muted until you're called by the Zoom host to speak. Please note that this is an in-person meeting and the Zoom platform and YouTube live stream are provided as a courtesy. Therefore, our meeting will proceed even if the Zoom or YouTube connections fail. Before we start to receive public testimony pursuant to Rule 1-5 of the Planning Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure, I would like to remind everyone to be courteous and respectful of all testifiers, staff members, and commissioners. Please direct all testimony to me as the chair. Testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per testifier for each agenda item. Okay, is there anybody who'd like to testify in person? I don't see it. Anybody?
Chair, we have nobody at this time that
Okay.
wants to testify in person.
Okay. Anybody on Zoom that is signed up to testify?
Thank you, Chair Lynn. There is nobody on Zoom to testify at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I want to note that there's Christian on Zoom.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we will move on to administrative matters. The Coastal Zone Management, or CZM, and Special Management Area SMA training by the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, OPSD, and Planning Department staff. So if I'd like to ask Mr. Roy. Okay. Okay. And then we also have presentation by OPSD staff, Mr. Lee, Senior Planner, and Ms. Mendez, Acting Program Manager.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Mendez, acting planning program manager for the CZM program. And
Yeah, sorry.
Right.
This one? Okay, my name is Tony, the senior planner, the OPSD CZM program.
so good morning. We just wanted to provide a little bit of background information about the Coastal Zone Management Program. So we have some of the slides up there, and we'll just give us a quick presentation on that. So the Coastal Zone Management Program. The Coastal Zone Management Program began in 1969 with the report of the Congressional Commission on Marine Science, Engineering, and Resources, known as the Stratton Commission, after its chairman, Julius A. Stratton. The Stratton Commission expressed its concern to the Congress that although coastal areas were the backbone of the nation's economy, they were not managed properly. And so the commission's work culminated with a final report, Our Nation and the Sea, a plan for national action. This was an instrumental and defining in the structure of a comprehensive federal ocean policy. Then after that, in 1972, the National Coastal Zone Management Act was passed by Congress. This act, administered by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to provide for the management of the nation's coastal resources. And so the goal of that National CZMA, or Coastal Zone Management Act, is to protect, preserve, develop, and where possible, restore or to enhance the resources of the nation's coastal zone for this and succeeding generations. So let's see, just a little bit about the CZMA. It's distinct from environmental laws such as the Clean Air Act of 1970 or the Clean Water Act of 1972, because it does not focus on just the environment alone. The purpose of the CZMA is to promote a balance between the beneficial use of coastlines, including recreation, tourism, public access, coastal dependent industries and development, and the protection, conservation, and restoration and enhancement of coastal environments and resources. So it's a balance. Let's see, in designing the law, Congress determined that the state, rather than the federal or local government, was the best to determine the best position to manage the zone connecting the land and the sea. There were two basic reasons. One was the state's exercises discretion in land use policies, And the other is that it holds claim to waters and submerged lands in the territorial sea. So then the next thing that you see there is in 1973, the Hawaii legislature enacted Act 164, which mandated the development of a statewide CZM program that conformed to the National Act of 72. Then in 75, there was the Environmental Shoreline Protection Act. And then in 77, several years later, there was the Hawaii CZM statute, Chapter 205A, that was enacted, upon which a broader CZM program was designed. And then in 78, the actual program was approved by NOAA. All 35 coastal and Great Lakes states and territories, with the exception of Alaska, participate in the National CZM program. So Alaska withdrew from the National CZM program July 2011, and so no longer has the ability to do federal consistency with the in the nation, I'm sorry. Let me see. And then so just the CZM, the Hawaii CZM program is made up of, for 205A, there are multiple parts to it. The first part being the description of the coastal zone management program, the objectives and policies, federal consistency, and the Marine Coastal Zone Advocacy Council. Then part 2 is the special management area. Part 3, shoreline setbacks. Part 4, marine and coastal affairs. And then part 5, other provisions. So just a little bit about the regulatory side of it. The Hawaii's National Coastal Zone, Coastal Non-Point, the regulatory responsibilities of the Coastal Zone program includes a federal consistency, the special management area permitting, and shoreline setbacks. And then the program initiatives include the Ocean Resources Management Plan, coastal hazard initiatives, the Coastal Non-Point Pollution Control Program, and the Marine and Coastal Advocacy Council. So federal consistency is a process that provides an important tool for managing coastal uses and resources. It allows the state, through the CZM program, to facilitate the cooperation and coordination with federal agencies and allowing the state a voice in federal activities, potentially making positive changes in those federal activities or federal actions. And it's done through the federal consistency review process. And it involves, when we say federal activities, it is federal agency activities such as if National Marine Fisheries Service or the Navy plans to do an activity, then they must comply to the federal consistency. Other federal activities include federal permits, such as Army Corps of Engineers permit for activities done in or above waters of the U.S. And the last thing is federal financial assistance, and that is occurs when a federal agency provides funds to a state or county agency to do things like Federal Highways Administration funds to repave or redo things for the roadways and things. So overall, the CZM program receives approximately 2.5 million in federal funds annually. This is used to support the CZM program. We have 12 full-time staff positions. 11 of them are federally funded. 1 position is state funded. And then the funds are also utilized to support the special management area permit system. And we also contract with the counties in order to have the county staff assist in implementing the SMA permitting system. And so there are approximately 4 to 6 positions on each neighbor island in the planning departments that are subsidized by the federal funds. Okay, so pursuant to Chapter 205A, the Hawaii CZM area encompasses the entire state. And so the law requires that all state and county agencies comply and implement the CZM objectives and policies. In particular, their long-term plans, state and county land use policies, and their laws and administrative rules. Let's see. Sorry. So the CZM objectives and policies are shown here. The recreational resources, historic resources, scenic and open space resources. So let me see. As I said, it's the CZM area program areas the entire state. What we utilize is a network of agencies for implementation of the CZM program. Okay, so under 205A, all state and county agencies are required to enforce the CZMA enforceable objectives and policies, recreational resources and such. The shoreline area acts as a judiciary boundary between the state and the counties for regulatory purposes. And on the ocean side or Makai of the shoreline, for example, is DLNR, OCCL manages the conservation district. On the land side of the shoreline, the counties are in charge of county managed land use districts, especially in urban lands. And then the shoreline includes all land area between the shoreline and the shoreline setback, as shown in red. Let me try. So this matrix, illustrates how Hawaii's regulatory authorities enforce the objectives and policies of 205A. So this our matrix is made up of a network of state and county statutes, rules, and ordinances. So utilizing this network of statute, rules, and ordinances, the CZM program is able to apply federal consistency, and all of our enforceable policies for federal consistency must be approved by NOAA. Let me see. Oops. Okay, so this is just showing where CZM is located within the entire Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. It has 2 different divisions, a land use division, which has the TOD program, and land division that provides the state's opinion or position on land use commission petitions. And then the planning division that has the coastal zone management program, as well as the environmental review program, GIS, the Geographic Information Systems, special plans, and the statewide sustainability branch. So OPSD is the actual lead agency of the coastal zone management program. So OPSD is not a regulatory agency to issue permits and approvals, but oversees the consistency of the SMA program and offers SMA permit guidance, technical support, and provides SMA trainings to counties and their staff. Let's see. And then there is the Marine and Coastal Zone Advocacy Council, which is also a part of the CZM program. It is an advisory body that created through statute, and it is to assist the lead agency in working towards the implementation and integration of a comprehensive management system. For East Hawaii, our Hawaii Island representative is Robert Mishimoto, and then the West Hawaii representative is Sylvia Yanagisato. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry.
But thank you, Moni, Commission Chair and the Commission members. Thank you for having us for today for presentation. I will focus on the 1258 Part 2 SMA and Part 3 Shoreline setbacks regulatory permit from CZM program. Specifically, this authority is under the county. So I will focus on this kind of presentation. Before I present Part 2 and Part 3, I have to back to this kind of diagram. This diagram really give us the brief diagram, especially how the CZM program is working with state, county, and the federal. So you see the shoreline over there is a key part between jurisdiction, between county and the state. Everybody knows that. Sometimes people are challenging this kind of jurisdiction, say, because it's kind of division by shoreline, makes CZM program much more comprehensive, also complicated regarding regulatory requirement. As Deborah mentioned, from ocean side, you can see that under state DNR, they ask for require CDUP, conservation district use permit, and also they call state marine waters. Here we show the 3 nautical miles limit, but in fact, in Hawaii, we don't agree with this kind of 3 miles only from federal definition. We define state marine waters as under the police power and management authority. Hawaii try to make this kind of line much more longer, far away than 3 miles only. So CZM also follow this kind of definition, state of marine waters, that based on Act 126, Section Law 1990. So we don't follow the 3 miles only for state jurisdiction. The other one, you see the red line, the shoreline setback line, also really key based on the county requirement. There's a Part 3 of 1258. We will discuss this kind of requirement also for shoreline setbacks. You see land side shoreline, mostly I would say is under the county jurisdiction for urban land, for agricultural land, except the conservation land is the DNR ask for CDUP. You see all this enforceable policy is really, really heavily relying on county requirement, SMA and shoreline setbacks. You see, SMA is only, we'll talk about that part, is a small area. And the shoreline area, much more small, much more mostly sensitive area in coastal zone area. But statewide, this coastal zone area is statewide, including because Hawaii is an island, no point from mountain to ocean shoreline is more than 30 miles away. That's why whole state of Hawaii is a CZM area. But I will say at the beginning, CZM only is SMA area. 1977, that time, CZM only just SMA area. Okay, then we talk about SMA. So this is the Part 2, 1258. We have to understand what's the meaning of SMA or what's the purpose of SMA permit. So you see this kind of map, the red color shows the SMA area. SMA area is the land extending inland from the shoreline or any area subject to salinity, intrusion, or tide influence. Sometimes from time to time, we will discuss that part. County try to include every area as SMA. There will be the other issue. Original purpose of SMA area, you see, is really along the shoreline. It's shoreline related and also the salinity or high tide influence, this kind of related. Doesn't mean you cannot extend the SMA area, but the key issue SMA is shoreline related. Okay, this is just to show you statewide SMA area. SMA area is not follow the parcel by parcel boundary. SMA area map from 1977, June 8, that time, decided by county authority, is based on the area concept, regional concept, instead of parcel concept. Because some property owners say, why my parcel only partially within SMA area? Or my neighborhood is outside the SMA, but mine in SMA. Of course, the individual owners can argue that way, but SMA map or SMA area decided by county authority is use terms of regional concept instead of TMK boundary only. So different reason for that SMA area. So you see this SMA area, Hawaii County, Big Island, the area SMA, really big area. You can see 97, almost 97,000, almost 98,000 acres for SMA because Big Island really big. That's why your county really busy for SMA permit in terms of number of areas, all this kind of stuff compared to other 3 islands. So the SMA area, before we go to the SMA permit, SMA area can anytime amended by county authority, by county SMA rules, like a planning commission, you can vote that initiate SMA boundary amendment. Extension is based on county authority. But if contraction of SMA area will come to a leading agency, OPSD, for review and approval. So keep this in mind. If extension SMA area, because it will benefit further CZM objective policies, you county authority will decide that you file the map with the OPSD. But if contraction reduce SMA area, must be come to OPSD for review and approval. That's based on the 205A section 23 requirement. Just keep this in mind. I know some county island really ask all island become SMA. They say, why not? Yes, really good, but you have to trade off between efficiency and effectiveness. If all island become SMA, you can imagine how many SMA permits were required. Is it really valuable or effective way to manage the CZM? I don't think so. But if your county or island really want to do that way, that's your choice. But if we do that way in the future, you want to contract this kind of area, you have to go to OPSD for contraction. So keep it in mind. I know one Molokai Island Commission that really request this kind of propose this kind of idea, make all Molokai become SMA. So we don't say you cannot do that way, but keep in mind what's the effectiveness and efficiency for SMA permit. So we come back to the SMA purpose of SMA permit. You see the Act 176, Section 9, the 1975, Deborah mentioned at the beginning, before 1973 and 1977, between them, they have 1975, Act 176, SMA Act come out. That time, before CZM program was established, approved by the nation, county already started ahead of time because they use this act as interim control of shoreline development because they don't want people rush up before CZM program established. So 1975 Act 176 really key act from county level. That's why from time to time you heard people say SMA rule is a county home rule because they start before CZM program approved by NOAA or approved by state of Hawaii. So you can imagine how important the county play a role in SMA permit. So keep this in mind, this kind of history really interesting. But also the act name, they call Environment Shoreline Protection Act. As I said at the beginning, before, say SMA always shoreline related, and this kind of things keep in mind. Even some parcels say, I'm far away from shoreline, maybe it's 1 mile away. Why I'm still in SMA? I said SMA boundary is not relying on parcel by parcel concept, it's relying on regional concept. So keep this in mind, really, really important for SMA area. And also SMA purpose, you can see the 2 major purposes here. The try to spatial control on development within area along the shoreline. So keep this in mind, SMA area. So they try to avoid permanent loss of the valuable resources and the foreclosure of management options, and also try to ensure adequate public access to and along the shoreline be protected, and also including marine resources recreation area be protected. So this is the purpose of the beginning of SMA permit from 1975, Act 176. Then you can see SMA permit as a county, as a planning commission, you already know SMA major require public hearing. Because of public hearing requirements, public normally treat SMA permit as a land-use policy. They will argue or testify, say, why this development should be here, should be prohibited here. To be honest, SMA permit is not land use policy. SMA permit cannot prohibit development because development, whether or not in the area, is decided by land use policy. It's not decided by SMA permit. So SMA permit is try to provide mitigation measures to mitigate the impact from development instead of prohibit. You want prohibit development by SMA permit has no this kind of function at all. The function is decided by land use policy. Land use policy can be 3 levels. State land use policy 12.5, chapter 12.5, land use commission. They decide urban land, agricultural land, rural area, and also conservation district. Then in the conservation district decided by DNR, they have sub-zone conservation zones, all these kind of land use policies. Then under the county level, county council decide county zoning subdivision, all these kind of land use policies, except especially for urban land, is all county council decide land use policies. But SMA permit is not land use policy. So when testimony come out, people argue, say, why this development is here? Why you allow the development here? That's land use policy issue. It's not a SMA permitting issue. SMA permit purpose is mitigating impacts from development, providing mitigation measures to reduce or minimize impact from development. So this is I try to emphasize purpose of SMA permit. Then here you see permissible land use is by SMA permit. Before get a SMA permit, they already have consistency with land use policy. Otherwise, cannot be processed for SMA permit. That's based on section 12.5A 26 SMA guideline. They ask this kind of consistency with the county general plan, land use policy, community plan, all these kind of things. So this is the key purpose of SMA permit. And also the key for SMA permit, as the third bullet you can see, no development should be allowed within SMA permit, within SMA area without SMA permit. This means any development within SMA area must be first get SMA permit first. Otherwise, cannot get other permit. The other agency cannot or shall not issue the other permit before SMA permit. So this is a 12.5A requirement. Keep in mind, you are at the planning commission, you have this kind of authority. SMA permit is the first permit required for any development within SMA area. You see this planning SMA authority, really interesting. All other 3 counties, like County Hawaii, County Maui, County Kauai is the planning commission. Only City County Honolulu is the council, is the SMA authority. That's the county issue. The city county charter decide their planning commission, only the advisory body, not the authority. So you can interesting to see City County Honolulu, only council is the authority instead of their planning commission. Of course, they try to amend, they try to argue, say, why not our planning commission is authority as other 3 counties? Well, this is the county, city council, they have changed their, amended their charter to make a planning commission become authority. Otherwise, council always is the authority. Public hearing, they have to go to city council for hearing for SMA measure. So this diagram just show you the brief structure of SMA assessment, SMA minor exemption, and public hearing. So you can see any proposed action work with the county planning department, technically assessment for decide either development or non-development. We will discuss that much more in detail. You see this kind of diagram show some proposed action may not call defined as development as 12.5A, section 22 defined. It's not development. That means no requirement for SMA permit exempt. So that means county planning director, planning commission authorized planning director to give the exemption for SMA permit. So no SMA permit requirement or some other kind of proposed actions can be decided as a SMA minor. Is development, but is a minor permit required. So county director, you will issue SMA minor directly, but report to your planning commission. For SMA major, the story will be different. They always have to go to the procedures, public hearing. This must be required for public hearing. Public have the voice to testify potential impact, what kind of mitigation measures should be required for SMA major. And also SMA major potentially trigger 343 requirement. Doesn't mean always, but they will do some environment or assessment for SMA major. So this kind of relationship between SMA major and the 343 is kind of category, different status requirement, but hearing always required. So you can see the planning department staff that technically will support recommendation or report to planning commission. You as the authority will decide, make a determination, issue or grant the SMA permit, major permit or not, or what kind of condition will be, and impose to the SMA major permit. So that's your planning commission as the authority. So right now we back to this kind of concept development and a lot of development. That's really important concept. Only chapter 1258 section 22 give the definition development and also have the list. Right now have 22 bullets regarding potentially exempt for proposed action, not as a development. So is this picture I took 2008 from Maui HCPU conference site visits. You see that time, this single family house will be exempt. No SMA permit required at all that time, because 2008. Then you keep it, you maybe already know, 2011, Act 153, the amendment 1258, make the size as a trigger for single family residency regarding SMA required or not. If more than 7,500 square feet floor area, they will trigger SMA requirement. If more than 500, that time is still 125,000 for cost threshold, but also they change it, become 500,000 cost threshold. More than that cost, they will be trigger SMA major, will go to planning commission for public hearing. So you can imagine this kind of size will trigger SMA for single family residency. Then Act 16, 2020, the location as trigger also. If shoreline parcel or parcel impacted by erosion, by high tide, by flow, these kind of storm surges will trigger SMA permit also, depending on the location of single family residency. Right now, shoreline parcel automatically trigger for single family residency for SMA requirement. So Act 16 and this kind of part, because from 1975 or 1977, either way, until 2011, almost 35 years, single family residency all just automatically exempt from SMA permit requirement. I say that. That's why people, either way, people say, oh, this is good. Some people, environment groups say, no, that's not good. Because of the exemption, make a size really large, also close to shoreline area, make erosion happen, or right now we call manager retreat or some other kind of method will be applied to this kind of existing structure. Because CZM program not requires SMA permit for single family residency, that's why this happened. True or not, I don't totally agree, but some really is the case because single family residency examined for more than 35 years, the same thing happened. So right now it's changed differently. So then not development, I will talk about that way also. 1258 section 22, not automatically exempt any proposed action. Always had to go to county planning department. You guys, planning commission, authorized planning director, give the exemption requirements, but they're not automatically by applicants themselves. They cannot claim, say, I'm exempt from SMA. Even they fit in the category section 125822 for potential exemption list. Applicants themselves cannot claim, say, I'm exempt. Determination must be come from planning director. So that's keep in mind also. Sometimes from time to time, the applicant say, I'm exempt, but I'm fitting in there. No, that's determination always planning director, because planning commission authority authorize planning delegate to the planning director to make this kind of determination. So then we have the SMA major and minor difference, right? People always like to become SMA minor, to be honest. If I'm property owner, I'm applicant, of course, I try to sneak in to try to make a SMA minor easy straight away, right? But this has to be careful assessment. Which one should be SMA major? Which one should be SMA minor? Act 153, 2011, they raised the cost threshold between SMA major and SMA minor from $125,000 become $500,000. I remember County Hawaii a little behind this kind of threshold because of amendment of rules. But finally, your county also amended this kind of rules for cost threshold. Right now it's $500,000 between SMA major and minor. To be honest, numerical number just play the number itself. The key is the impact itself, the proposed development. What's the potential impact? That's the key determination indicator for major and minor. Sometimes people play games. I'm 499, $1 difference under the 500. What do you all do? Right? Practically, I will say, don't rely on the number, rely on assessment. Otherwise, some applicants, they may say, I'm only 499 under the 500. So our office try to remove this kind of numerical number, but the environment don't trust it. They say, we need a number to jump in at the public for hearing or for this kind of opportunity. Anyway, that's just story. Because when we talk about major and minor permit, we say impact is the key. But impact not only just individual impact, we also have to consider cumulative impact. That's why we have this kind of guidance. Our office spent almost 3 years with the county planning department working together because based on 312, the CZM Act section 312 evaluation that asked OPSD as the leading agency of Hawaii CZM program to provide guidance how to assess cumulative impact in SMA permit. That's really challenging because even environmental assessment like EIS and also NEPA, National Environmental Impact Protection Act, the cumulative impact always challenging because how to assess cumulative impact. We were working really hard with the county planning department. Finally, we provided guidance. We emphasize the two elements really key. One is the area, spatial, the frame. The other one is time, past, current, and future. And what area should be encoding as cumulative impact. That's why we provide a minimum requirement. Say, if within SMA area, you have to consider from Shoreline to SMA area, this area as a cumulative impact special area for assessment. Then time we ask for past 5 years and future 5 years. At least we have measurement to see within this kind of time frame, what's individual project or development in this area. Otherwise, if we don't have the time and the geographic area, to cumulative impact will be really challenging. I review all EIS, final EIS from 2008 to 2020, more than 10 years, final EIS, more than 1,000 EIS, I find 96%, they don't do this kind of way. They only make statement for cumulative impact. Say, we don't have cumulative impact. What's the approach they use? They don't have any approach for assessment. So I would say OPSD provide this kind of guidance, make county department much more have guideline how to make a cumulative impact potential. Because some property owner maybe cut their development piece by piece. 1 year do this part, next year do other part. They become SMA minor individually. There will be violation for this kind of assessment. Same thing happened in City County Honolulu. One property owner do 3 SMA minors within 1 year, then all SMA minor become recall, become invalid. They have to go to SMA major. So keep this in mind. If find this kind of situation, they violates the cumulative impact potential, had to go to SMA major instead of piece by piece become SMA minor. This criteria, I follow the CDM objective and policies and also SMA guideline, section 12.5A 26 for the assessment. Keep in mind, SMA is not including everything. As Deborah mentioned at the beginning, CDM law is not the environment law. It's a kind of different from Clean Air and Clean Water Act. CDM always is a balance between development and environment protection. So that's really important. So our criteria for cumulative impact, we also stick to the CDM objectives and policies instead of including everything. That's different from EAEIS because we under the CDM provision for SMA permit. Otherwise, we will have some challenge also. I will talk about that later. Because if our SMA permit including everything, people will challenge why this condition imposed to my SMA permit, where is it come from? We always have to rely on 12.5A objective and supporting policies under the 12.5A section 26 SMA guideline for conditions and terms. That's, I said, that's really important for SMA permit. So this just as I said already. So Hawaii CDM provisions for SMA permit really key for planning commission as authority or planning director for SMA permit conditions. Otherwise, I remember some county give the condition for SMA permit like public safety, criminal, or police, or all this kind of stuff, or traffic only, instead of follow the public access to shoreline recreation area, only focus on traffic. That's not under the provision of CDM objective policies. So again, we have to back to the CDM objective policies for our SMA permit conditions and terms. Then if people challenge us, we have justification foundation for SMA permit. Defend ourselves why this condition will be there. So this is an example of potential conditions of SMA permit. You see all these conditions of potential is rely on the CDM objectives and policies like public beach access, archaeological sites preservation, and live property from coast hazards and coast view, right? Like building height. To be honest, sometimes view really challenging to assess because how they impact the open space, ocean view from highway to the shoreline or this kind of area. Some county have some difficulty because the building height, if the building permit no requirement for building height in terms of numerical number, people take advantage of say 2 stories. How high 2 story can be? They can be 50 feet high. They say 2 stories. So these kind of things that we have to be really careful. If you use general terms, say 2 stories for height, we have to be really careful. Some advantage, the applicants take advantage of 2 stories, 3 stories with regarding height. We always, for building permit, always have numerical number to control this kind of height, make view impact be minimized. So that's I try to emphasize. Then, of course, the runoff, right? Drainage improvement, control sanitation or in coastal water, and also artificial lighting is a key part also for along the shoreline area. We have the requirement for artificial lighting from SMA permit. Then enforcement of SMA permit condition really important also. Sometimes mostly because the resources limit, we rely on complaints or rely on public comments. They say, oh, why this guy do this way? Or what's the situation? Then we have to send out investigation to see what's the issue there. So this kind of condition enforcement has to be really reliable. That's why I emphasize again, SMA permitted condition must be relying on CDM objective policies. Otherwise, how you enforce these kind of conditions? Because sometimes people are challenging conditions also. Where does the condition come from? we have to rely on CZM objective and policies. Then we have the legally defense why this condition should be there based on CZM requirement. So this is just give the idea. Of course, penalty, civil penalty is a one way for enforcement, not the best way, but is a important way. So section 205A 32 gives the civil fines up to 100,000 for one case and $10,000 per day for violations. So this kind of things really make people keep in mind, yes, if violation happen, can be potentially get a civil fines penalty for their violations. Then right now we switch to the part 3, shoreline setbacks. Keep in mind, part 3 really different from part 2 because part 3 originally is the Act 136, 1970. You can imagine 1970, really ahead of the SMA and CZM. That time, under the status law 205 and the use commission law regarding shoreline setbacks. Then 1986 Act 258, they move the section part of 205 to 205A become part 3, shoreline setbacks. Again, I will say, a shoreline setback different from SMA permit. Shoreline setback is a land use policy law. It's not a SMA permit different because SMA permit is not land use policy law. It's kind of mitigation purpose, but shoreline setback is land use policy. So that's why County Hawaii, their ordinance comprehensive zoning for their shoreline setbacks, the chapter article 7, chapter 21 for their shoreline setback variance requirement is under land use policy law. So keeping this in mind, setback purpose different from SMA permit. Setback purpose is to prohibit any structure activities within shoreline area. Is a prohibition. The purpose is a prohibition. But we give the variance. So variance is an exemption of prohibition. It's not a permit. People sometimes treat part 3 shoreline setback variance as a permit also, just like another SMA permit seems like a permit. No, setback variance is a variance because purpose of setback is a prohibition. Supposedly, no structure within shoreline area. That's period. So that's why we have to keep in mind part 3 is a setback is a land use policy prohibition. Sometimes the county try to increase shoreline setback really far away. Keep in mind, if that way, then you have to think about what's your purpose setback. Purpose setback always a prohibition. So this can potentially be challenging also. But anyway, this is the purpose of setback. So you can see this picture, you see jurisdiction of there, you see the diagram at the beginning I present, the state jurisdiction and the county jurisdiction divided by shoreline. Shoreline is dynamic changes because normally 12 months only for shoreline service, certified shoreline. After 12 months, you have to renew or ask reapply again because this dynamic process, specifically in front of beach area. Then you see setback is a really good, effective way for new structure, right? Because setback, you say, okay, right now is Act 20 increase from 20 feet to 40 feet. Then new structure must be minimal requirement for setback is 40 feet. Of course, county can increase more than 40 feet, based on 205A provision. But shoreline setback difficult for existing structure. So far, our challenge is the existing structure. That's why we have really challenging for how to deal with the existing structure. Even our office working with a project regarding managed retreat, that's also deal with the existing structure. That's really challenging, not only for Hawaii, United States, or nationwide. Not only Hawaii, but statewide, the nationwide also for existing structure. Because existing structure is already there, is non-conforming structure. You have accommodation, protection, retreat, all these kind of 3 options. But how to do that? When we'll do that? That's the challenge. Then I talk a little bit about Act 16. Act 16, you maybe heard a lot already. 2020 session now, right? The Act 16. They have 4 major amendments for 205A. One we already discussed regarding development concept. Single family residency right now not only rely on the size, 7,500 square foot floor area, the size trigger for SMA permit requirement, but Act 16 and the location. That's why when you are shoreline parcel, you have single family residency proposal, then you will trigger SMA permit. Even you are not shoreline parcel, but the parcel itself impacted by erosion, by storm surge, by this kind of I have 4 elements. Yeah, they will trigger SMA permit also, but mostly shoreline parcel automatically trigger. So that's the case. Then also 20 feet shoreline minimum requirement, setback requirement from 20 feet to 40 feet, 20 feet for many, many years since 1970 until 2020. Minimum requirement 20. Even county can be more than that. I know Hawaii County give exemption mostly 40 feet, but can be exceptional as 20 feet minimum requirement. Right now, cannot, must be 40 feet minimum requirement for shoreline setbacks after Act 16. Then also Act 16 as a definition, concept, silhouette, and also definition of beach to enhance the beach protection. Beach definition and to the 205A, really important definition, to be honest. For this definition, we try to find a definition from existing or something. Nobody gives the definition. Even we talk a lot about beach, but no state law define the beach. So to Act 16 have the definition of the beach at that time. Then we also really key important for hardening issue. 205A after the Act 16 amendment clearly say prohibit private shoreline hardening structure in front of beach area. Shoreline hardening structure can be seawall, revetment, all these kinds of things can be is called shoreline hardening structure will be prohibited. No variance be granted for this kind of hardening structure in front of beach area. But for public structure, will be restricted. Doesn't mean you can increase shoreline hardening either. Must be restricted also for terms of public interest and safety purpose. So that's the purpose of prohibition for shoreline hardening to protect the beach. You see, this is just as I said at the beginning. Shoreline hardening structure prohibited by Act 16 already, but some private shoreline hardening, if they are in interest of the general public as here list, protect public safety, public health, or protection of the public infrastructure, or benefit beach protection or sand retention, they can be give the variance. Otherwise, no variance granted for private shoreline hardening structure in front of beach area. I emphasize again, in front of beach area. Doesn't mean apply to other area. So sometimes when people see the hardening, their mind already say prohibited. That's not true either. So hardening still can be happen, but for Act 16 clearly say in front of beach area. Okay, then last slide I will present just the last year, the Act 229 give more exemption list for public actions. You see this here, you see public pedestrian or bicycle facilities or trash or invasive vegetation removal or fencing in the conservation land or some fencing to existing public facility, all these kind of list there. This is a potential exemption list. Doesn't mean automatically exempt. Different from terms exemption list. This is not called exemption list, it's just a potential. As I emphasize again, determination is a county authority. Applicants or proposers themselves cannot claim I'm exempt. Must go to the county land department for determination for exemption. Because the end of this kind of exemption is they have the language provided that if authority finds significant impact or cumulative impact, then will be trigger SMA requirement. So this language always open to planning estimate authority to make a determination. This is not an automatic exam. So that's, I think, that's all I have present. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the presenters? Oh,
Yeah, we had a few more slides, but I think for time
Yeah.
sensitive,
Yeah,
if
that's
we can
okay.
open up for questions. and
Yeah,
things.
it'll be good. Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
other part, most is just a light part.
okay. Yes, so commissioners, questions? I know it's a lot to take in. But we do also have,
I had a
yeah,
question. So
Commissioner Deleuze.
this is more of an assumptive question because if the SMA is approved, the conditions you gave us is incorporated in that approval. Example would be like hardening surfaces, setbacks, and so forth, right? That's all required if they approve an SMA, if the planning department moves to approve it. Is that correct?
Yes, as I said, the first things, if development, they have two potential requirements, SMA minor or major. If SMA minor, they definitely go to county planning director to issue the permit minor. But if SMA major, the recommendation will from planning department give the planning commission, right? For this kind of requirement for SMA major. So your question regarding the
Assumptions,
Ass-
requirements under the,
condition.
because I don't, that was my next question, because I don't think we've ever had a SMA permit that was minor or major. It was just SMA.
I think for clarification, because the majors come to us, the minors are provided in the monthly report that the planning director provides us. So only the SMA major projects that are required by the commission for approval come to us. So say, it's under, the thresholds, right? And the criteria under the SMA, process, then it wouldn't come to us.
So now Alex says, is that the basis of what we see?
Yeah,
It's because of the
only
threshold.
SMA use permit, which is the SMA major. We give you a spreadsheet that shows the other permits that were approved by the director, like the SMA minor
Oh, okay.
or the assessments. And then we have a fourth, which is the short form, and that's a complete, they don't need to submit any application. But you guys only ever see and approve the majors or the SMA use permit. The minors would be either done by Zendo or Jeff. So, but that's why we present you with a monthly report of minors, because you don't get to see those, but they're still there. You can look, you can, if there's something in your community or if you want more information, we're always, and I want to make that clear. That's part of why we give that to you. So if there's a project that you see on that's a minor that you didn't get to review, but you're interested, I'm always available to either discuss or provide you additional information on that project. And then we present you both with applications that have been received and completed. So you can always get ahead of, you'll always see it right when it's received. So if you're interested, again, you let me know and I can provide that information. And then you'll see once it's been approved by the director or deputy director, then you also will, so you kind of see it twice in your monthly SMA log. And I think you were talking a little bit about some of the standard conditions that an SMA use permit that get attached to the SMA permit, like the lighting and other things. And what Shichao has talked about is a lot of those are state rules and regulations relating to the SMA. And so they become standard conditions for all SMA permits. Like the lighting one would be the most common one. You can't have lighting that, projects towards the shore, across boundaries or up. But that's actually a state law, but that is a requirement, and we put that into the SMA. I was going to continue on and talk a little bit more. I know you guys got a lot of information and I don't want to overwhelm you, but I was going to talk a little bit about cumulative impacts, and I provided you guys a kind of a cheat sheet. And if you want, yeah, let me stand up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There, of course, still for questions and stuff if you need that. But what I provided you guys, let me turn this off real quick. What I provided you was kind of, first was within PC Rule 9, 8, and 9, all of the rules, specific rules that discuss the cumulative impact or substantial adverse environmental or ecological effect. So really that cumulative impact analysis, as Chi pointed out, it is a challenge because there's no set standards or metrics to measure a cumulative impact. And what Chi talked about was there's a spatial and temporal component to cumulative impacts that each of you need to kind of, determine based on some of the criteria. And so what I did is I called out in that the different sections of the rule that discuss that. So one clarifies and shows that it's really important and that cumulative impacts are something that gets called out over and over again. But how do you do that? How do you determine that? So I provided on one of the last pages that this kind of type of effect, these are kind of requirements to determine whether something is a cumulative impact in your mind. And so the criteria of looking at the area of impact and then the timing of that continued impact. And I'll give some examples, a big one and a small one. A small cumulative impact is a parking spot. I know we've all seen parking spots that get the little stain from the cars that drip, and over years that asphalt starts to get eroded away. And eventually needs to be repaired. And that's a cumulative impact from every single car parking there, dripping a couple drips of oil or fuel or something else over time has then impacted that parking spot. One car is not really an impact, 10, maybe not an impact, but we have 1,000 cars, now it becomes a cumulative impact. So that's kind of a small scale idea of what that means. Larger cumulative impacts, and Chicho brought this up with projects where people kind of what we call nickel and dimed us with small permit requests, minors or assessments. We actually, Jeff and I over time for Parks and Rec here in the county, we had come to discover that we had issued them about 8 or 10 minors on projects on the project park in Richardson's. And under this cumulative impact analysis, we really couldn't do that anymore because we realized that now we're getting to a cumulative impact, not only monetarily, because they had over time spent about $2 million, but the impacts, all those small impacts over a decade, we decided based on some of the criteria that now this was a cumulative impact, and anything further would require the SMA major. So they kind of got one last minor. We kind of investigated and looked at that, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, okay, no more. We have to put our foot down and say, there's a cumulative impact to the work that you guys are doing monetarily, that's a timing, and then the spatial impact of it. So it's tricky. It's very tricky. The state did come up with some guidance, but it's hard. It's not definitive. And so each of you kind of has to decide based on some of these criteria and what is a cumulative impact. Now, Leeward had brought up something about community character. They had referenced Puaco, and a long time ago, Puaco, we all know, was small little, beach homes, and now has become large McMansions. In fact, 85% of that is much larger homes, and the smaller homes are only about 15%. And one of the commissioners felt like this was a cumulative impact by removing community character over time. So it could be, it doesn't necessarily have to be an environmental impact. It could be an impact on, on the community itself, again, over time. So it's a challenging concept, but it is important that the commissioners understand and take that into account. Because as Shi-Chow mentioned, you know, the SMA is not, the idea is not to, you know, you can't really say no, but we have to make sure, can you mitigate and can you alleviate any potential impacts now and into the future? And that cumulative impact analysis that you guys kind of do on your own when you're reviewing this, and that it becomes a little more important. So, but it is a challenge and I totally understand it. And I'm always available to provide you guys more information, or to provide you, you know, instruction on, you know, on how to kind of do that analysis. So, you know, take advantage of that for sure. So,
I guess, Alex, too, you know, looking at the, and Chichal mentioned it, it's, you know, on the graph of, you know, we have the 40-foot setback. But I've also seen the SMA line go back, as mentioned, right?
yeah.
Miles.
Yeah, YPO Valley is a perfect example. I don't know if
Yeah.
you saw on the map that we had, it was this huge red chunk. It
Right,
goes
right.
in miles. And you know, we've gone around and around with determinations of the SMA boundary. So
Right.
you have the shoreline setback, which is shoreline 0 to 40 feet. That's the area of no development. But then you have this overlay of the SMA, which is kind of on top of that, from the shoreline then into that Mauka SMA boundary. The determination of that boundary, like he said, we have the power to change and alter that, make it bigger. Making it smaller, that falls to the state, but we can always make it larger. And sometimes it follows natural boundaries, and a lot of times it follows roads. You know, we get things like, you know, the bridges, you know, demarcates that boundary. And so it's always been a challenge for those of us that work in that. Why? And we get the same questions like, why is my parcel in the SMA, my neighbor's not? It's like, well, it's just how the line unfortunately was drawn in the past. And, you know, so years ago, we used to, if SMA touched, you know, a corner of the parcel, we considered them to be in the SMA. We've gotten away from that, saying only work in the SMA would require an SMA permit, which is a little more logical. If you're doing work on your parcel that's out of the SMA, well, then there's no reason to ask for the SMA permit just because you have some. So there's a little bit of give and take, but we've gotten that too, where people are like, I don't understand why my parcel's SMA right across the street is not. You
No,
know?
was that the lines being drawn were, it sounds like, determined by the county?
Yes, yeah,
Right.
and it was some time
Because
ago.
it seems like it gets revised. It hasn't been the
We
same.
haven't, it's been a while. I think Lanai is the only one. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
So
so the
Lanai
lines,
went through the process with their planning commission and was able to amend their SMA boundary. So that is something that we can look into. Now, nobody's ever really approached us and said, hey, we really want to change this. They've just accepted it and moved on. You know, which is good, but it is within the county's authority for sure to change that boundary, to make it, and I would love it to be to follow more natural boundaries than the property boundaries, because a lot of times that doesn't really, you know, why, you know, water could go further or not that far, you know, but it was a way to do it. And I understand, you know, working for the conservation district in the past, I understand where they had to use these kind of hard boundaries because a boundary needs to be made. And so they just decided, well, we'll make it a road or we'll make it the parcel and move on from there. But then places like YPO, they've just taken the whole thing. One, because inundation could, you know, flood zones, floodplains, things like that. But it's interesting that they carried it so far inland. And in other places, it's a very thin strip, 300 feet, which is common for the conservation district boundary, which we've seen along the shoreline. You see that strip of conservation lands. And a lot of times the conservation 300-foot and the SMA are aligned, but not always. So, but yeah, we definitely have that authority. And if somebody approached us, I'm sure we would bring it to you guys to see if that's something we could do to enlarge. Now, to reduce it, that again, that's out of our hands, but to enlarge it, we definitely could do that. But it's just never been done. And, you know, I think it may have to start from either you guys or from the director possibly to instigate that.
I guess the last question I had was sorry, I'm just trying to understand it a little.
No,
better.
this is what we're here for. So yeah, get your
So
question.
when they apply for the SMA permit, the major ones, so that's one of the reasonings why you have them they're required to do a rendering of what they're gonna build.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, because we talked about view planes, you know, the impact of the
Right.
height of the structure. That is one of the criteria we have to look at, view plane impacts. Now, I know the state law says from a highway towards the ocean, you know, could the impact be there? Well, but we want to take that a step further because, you know, then we think of cumulative impacts. We start putting, and then the view's gone. So these are things that you guys have to think about, where it may not follow the law, but you have the authority to take into account the cumulative impact of all these projects over time. And view planes is one that is a lot of times gets lost because again, the state law is very clear. From the state highway is the view, not from a road, not from a county road, not from a private road. That's not, you know, and people have decried, well, you know, it's a view plane. Well, yes, personally, but technically it is not. But then you guys have that authority under cumulative impacts and the criteria of the SMA and 205A to really look into that and take it a step further. So, you know, and that's kind of, to me, the power with the PC. You guys really have, because SMA, there are some criteria, so there are some guardrails, but there's authority for you to interpret some of this, you know, based on community, based on our island. That's why they said each island, each county gets to kind of have that authority, which is nice. The state does the overreaching CZM, but you guys are SMA, where we get to do SMA.
sorry, not to make it difficult, Alex, but I'm trying to look for clarification.
Yeah.
So, you know, and looking at some of the criteria as we discussed, because there's other issues of concern. So even though, and the recent example was last month's meeting where the basic SMA was approved to move forward. It was recommended, I'm sorry, let me use the correct word, is the planning director had recommended
Yeah.
the approval based on whatever criteria was listed.
Right.
But I felt, I don't speak for the board, but I felt in those cases, it was overburdening to the community. And I know this is not an environmental law per se, as first stated, but we thought that was gonna be a huge impact to like Onikakawa Beach. So.
And that's your guys' authority for sure, you know, to look
Yeah,
at that.
so, you know, we're feeling like, I guess just so for clarification that, I know you guys put a lot of work into it and so did the other person, but we felt that building a large structure in a tidal pool area that was gonna use septic-based systems would definitely cause leaching into the tidal pools. In the second example, we felt that aside from traffic-related issues, which was an apartment building, also the community had said that the sewage system was not adequate or was not up to par. And I know that's subjective, maybe. But the other issue they brought up was, and community-based issue was the fact that there's only one way out. It's gonna add more people, it's gonna add more cars. And they were not in favor of it, the community,
Well,
so.
to me, it was a cumulative kind of that, you know, because what Chicho talked about is that, you know, your job is to look at is it impossible to mitigate the impacts from the proposed project? And in those two cases, you guys felt that the cumulative impact of what was being proposed could not be mitigated.
Right,
But to say that things like sewer, you know, the community doesn't really know. And so we trust the other agencies that do know to ensure that, you know, things are adequate. And that's why we made our positive recommendation. But then it falls to you guys to take a look a step further. And that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing.
Okay.
And
Yeah, so,
No, that's kind of the
Yeah.
latitude I was looking for. in
Yeah.
the-
And so actually we have a good example of a case. So if Susanna wants to,
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some clarification here and perhaps a further discussion between the commission and Alex Roy. We do have the recent topless decision where the court held that the denial of an SMA based on traffic concerns was not sufficient. And they returned it because unless the commission makes an assessment that the traffic generated by the proposed development has a substantial adverse environmental or ecological effect on the coastal zone, traffic alone is not enough. So I just would throw that back out to planning department to provide maybe further.
yes, we have one planning consultant who quotes that quite frequently. That in SMA, we're not allowed to look at traffic. I mean, and partially that is true, but as she said, unless you can track that cumulative impact. But yeah, traffic is not really part of it because again, it's not, the idea of SMA is a little different than a zoning approval or a development approval. The idea is that is this project which is going into the coastal zone, can it be mitigated? Can all the impacts be mitigated? Or, alleviated or removed? And if they can't, well, then you guys have that authority to decide, well, no, we just don't feel like they can deal with all those. But yeah, she's absolutely right. And yes, a number of
I
consultants
guess
will
then
remind
the
us.
question would be the council. So if we deny the SMA, the applicant has to file an appeal with the court system? Or what, is that
Yeah.
the way it works? Okay. Okay. I guess
Litigation
more,
is an option.
as, and that is their, I guess their ability to question our denial. Or in that respect, because I know in the other way it goes to a hearing, right? You
Yeah.
know, we can,
Oh,
if
contested
they,
case or
if they qualify, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that, I don't know, in talking to both sides, it sounds like possibly sometimes we may have to go into executive session just so that we can get feedback, better feedback.
For
Yeah.
sure, for sure.
So-
And and that's why it's good to have this training because it brings to light the important points that each of you are responsible for when reviewing an SMA application. And that it may not be so upfront or, clear that the requirements are, what the requirements are. And then as far as, planning department and planning staff, we present to you, an application and ensure that they've hit all the criteria, you know. We neither support or, staff neither supports or, doesn't support the project. We are here to just provide you the information so you, the decision makers, can make that decision. So when we do a supportive recommendation, it's almost just saying that, they've hit all the criteria and we believe they've hit all the criteria based on the law, because that's their right, as a landowner. But that's the end of it. It's now then up to you guys to take what we've done, take what's presented here at these meetings and then, decide. But these kind of trainings is really good because I think it clarifies some of the points that are salient, for each of you to kind of, okay, that makes a little more sense. And then the cumulative impact one is can be a little nebulous, but it is part of the requirement. So, and each of you kind of has to kind of decide. And I think an executive session where you have a discussion possibly, or.
May I interject?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, in executive session, there's no discussion.
Oh,
There's a
I'm sorry.
legal question.
Yeah.
The commission can ask a legal question.
Legal
We
question.
provide legal advice. All discussion of how the application does or does not fit within the parameters of that legal framework happens in open session.
Yeah. And that's where you should, yes, talk about, and each of you can kind of opine on, the potential impacts or cumulative.
I guess-
Commissioner?
Yeah, I have a quick question, maybe technical in nature. In the recent activities in the mainland, catastrophic flooding in let's say very mountainous, high elevation areas, would an SMA extend up waterways at all? And if not, because certainly Hawaii has important waterways. And so if someone's going to develop along that would, I mean, I don't see anything inland. So is this just strictly coastal?
Well, the SMA law and rules and regulations cover the SMA zone. Now, with that said, we are working as the county planning department, we're looking into what you're describing as riparian areas. So areas that are, rivers or streams or gullies or gulches, where we have really no regulatory authority, and we're trying to expand into that. One is to set setbacks from the tops of these riparian banks. Right there are none. There's zero. A lot of times property boundaries go to the center of the stream. And so if you were to build based on zoning, a lot of times the side yard setback would be 15 feet. So you could build within 15, which is absolutely ridiculous. We know that's not, most people don't, but we've come into situations where people do build up to that bank. And now they put themselves in this hazard way. So we are looking at, as a county, to tie floodplain, but that's under the authority of Public Works. So it's out of our hands, which is different than other counties. Other counties combine them, but we've split them up. Floodplain, riparian, and coastal. We're trying to kind of find a nexus between the three because we do, like you agree, that stuff that happens, and like Shitao said, CZM is the whole entire island. The whole island is kind of under that because it's so close, because what happens up comes down.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have any questions? If not, I guess, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of
No,
questions, so.
there is. And like I said, you
Yeah.
guys, anytime you have questions or if you want more specific information, I can provide it to the commissioners, or we can do training again. If you got specific questions, I'm sure we can organize something. For sure.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Lee and Ms. Menez. Okay, let me just take a quick 5-minute break before we start into our agenda. So we'll come back at 11:55 or 10:55, sorry. Sorry, based on our agenda, we can't start until 11, so we'll come back at 11. Thank you. Applicant is Kimu Cove LLC, PL-SMA 2024 000063, application for a special management area use permit to create a 5-lot subdivision for future residential development and related improvements, all within a 3.677 acre parcel in the special management area. The subject property is located on the Makai side of Kalapana-Kapoho Road, approximately 2,450 feet from its intersection of Pahoa-Kalapana Road, Kaimu Makena Homesteads, Kaimu Puna, Hawaii TMK 31-2-018, parcel number 1. We'll first invite the staff to do a presentation, and then after the staff presentation and the applicant's presentation, we'll ask for the public testifiers that are in the room that would like to testify. Okay? So we'll start with staff presentation, please.
Okay, hello again. The application for Kimu Cove LLC. This is the special management area use permit application PL SMA 2024 000063. Here's the location. You can see I put 2 maps, the larger map kind of showing it's in South Puna. At the end of Pahoa, Kalapana Road and Kalapana-Kapoho Road. It's on the Makai side of Kalapana Kapoho Beach Road. The applicant is requesting to subdivide the 3.68 or 3.677 acre property into 5 individual parcels, each containing a land area of at least 1/2 acre. The applicant will retain 2 of the proposed lots to construct a single-family dwellings, 1 on each parcel, and then the remaining 3 lots will be sold to individuals also to accommodate a single-family dwelling and related improvement. Private access driveway and a 5-foot wide public pedestrian shoreline access path will also be established to provide access from the road to the shoreline, which doesn't exist at this time. County water is available to site. However, each parcel will be required to construct its own individual wastewater septic system for residential use. The county zoning for the subject parcel is is RA 0.5A. And you can see that to the north, there's open zoning, and along the shoreline, there's open zoning. This kind of touches on what we had talked about this morning, where it appears at first from the maps, this is our GIS map, that the subject parcel is not a shoreline parcel. But what we found and what I found on site investigation is that it's actually impacted by waves and shoreline processes. So therefore, we determined it was a shoreline parcel, and that's why we're here today with the SMA major application. State land use for the subject parcel and other residential parcels is urban. Across the street, the state parcel is zoned ag, and then kind of northeast of the subject parcel on the coast, that's another state-owned parcel within the conservation district. And you can see the land that is Makai of the kind of urban area is also within the conservation district. Lupeg has the subject parcel as extensive ag or EA with the surrounding area and developments in low density urban. And then, of course, as typical for conservation areas and coastal areas, it is in the open zoning. Here's, I'd like to show you guys, here's the shoreline certification that was done that we required the applicant to conduct in order to ensure the shoreline location, and therefore the 40-foot setback was properly placed. So here you can see that a fair amount of land has been lost to erosion. But the shoreline has been certified for this application to set the 40-foot setback. Here's a kind of an aerial. I wanted just to kind of show you how that works. So you can see the blue is the kind of property boundary, and then the shoreline with shoreline setback and shoreline, I've kind of just guesstimated just to kind of show you how it arcs into from that Kimu Cove kind of into the property and how it's now eroded away some of that state land, Mackay of the subject property. Here's an aerial photograph of the property. You can see that it's overgrown. This was taken some time ago. Here's a more recent aerial photograph. The applicant did conduct some activities without authorization, including some clearing and grading, some of which went into the conservation parcel to the north. With discussions with the Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands, they're not pursuing any enforcement action as they have stated that the land has been reclaimed and regrown. And so they're not going to follow up on that. Part of the resolution to this enforcement action is to obtain the correct permits. And that's why we're here with the SMA use permit. Here's the most updated site plan. So you can see Kalapana, Kapoho Beach Road on the left, top left. And then I've outlined the 5-foot wide easement, which will essentially, it's on the subject property, but it'll be between the state property to the north and the subject property. That will be separate from the first lot there and will remain open and accessible from Kapoho Beach Road, Kalapana Kapoho Beach Road to the shoreline. But this gives you a kind of an approximate layout of the 5 lots, the road lot, and then they've outlined some of the work that has been done, the trail. Now, there was an existing road the first time I went out there, which was 2.5 years ago. There's a road that was existing that fishermen used to get down there. And the applicant did allow them to get down there. But now this access path will provide ongoing access to everybody to the shoreline. Here's a site photo. So this is kind of at the shoreline, roughly looking Malka at that existing kind of road that was there. You can see the type of vegetation, some native, some non-native. Here's the shoreline area. You can see it's very rocky, cobbly. There's no sandy beach, but this is a nice broad cobble beach that provides clear access up and down the shoreline in this area. Access, so from Kalapana Kapoho Beach Road, this is kind of view southwest, and you can see the access will be on the left-hand side there. There's an existing gate, and that'll be improved upon. And then looking the other direction, you can see kind of outline where that entrance is going to be. And then I kind of outline that there's a fire hydrant right across the street, showing that there's the water in this area. Like I said, so there's county water is available, just no sewer. So at this time, the director is recommending approval with the stated conditions for PL SMA 2024 000063. I can take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Okay, if not, I'll ask the applicant to please come. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Deleuze.
Just for clarification, so the SMA is for a subdivision. So if it gets approved to do a building, they have to get another SMA.
No, this would be for the subdivision and for one single family residence on each of the 5 parcels. So this is a kind of would cover all of that. So it's for the subdivision, the single family dwellings and related improvement for each parcel, which is typical for these types of projects.
Okay.
Yeah. So they will not have to come back and get the major will cover. The idea is that we've looked at the impact of the homes on that as well as the subdivision. I mean, the subdivision itself is a kind of a paper impact. It's the impact is actually the development of the dwellings. That's so we look at it as not a subdivision, but as a development of single family residences.
So we have no idea what the size, what kind of size house they can build on it. I mean, whatever it qualifies for. let's put it that
Exactly,
way.
based
Yeah.
on the zoning, the RA 0.58 zoning
Okay.
would designate, heights and setbacks, size, I'm not sure what the sizes would be.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, if not, I'll ask the applicant or the applicant's representative, please come up. Okay, if you please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission? Okay, before you speak, please state your name, the town you reside in, and whom you represent. And then I do have to confirm if you've received the background and recommendation report, and if you agree with those proposed conditions.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Lynn, Vice Chair Danelli, and members of the commission. My name is Darren Arai. I'm a land use planning consultant, assisting the applicant, who's sitting to my right, Mark Wyatt, representing Kimu Cove LLC. I reside in Hilo. Mr. Wyatt resides in Kimu. And we have received the background report and recommendation. We appreciate the hard work by the planning director and his colleagues at the department, and we agree with the recommendation as well as the proposed conditions of approval.
Okay, is there anything that you would like to tell the commission about regarding this application? I know that you also provided two exhibits here. If you want to explain these two exhibits as well.
Sure. I'll start off by addressing, staff as always has done an excellent job with their presentation. I should note, however, that a lot of the clearing activities that occurred on the property was done by a previous landowner. Mr. White and his partners purchased the property in mid 2020, and a lot of those improvements occurred prior. Mr. White did conduct some land clearing activities, not the grading, but more of the vegetation removal. And that is spelled out in the timeline that is included in the SMA application that we provided. So you'll see the sequencing of when activities occur and who actually did them. That being said, I would like to spend the time addressing more some of the concerns that we heard from the community in the past 2 days. And bear with me, I had to put it all in notes because everything was received at the last minute. But Mr. White here can also speak to the two photographs that he has provided to you. So first of all, there were concerns regarding a lot of features in the area that's of concern to members of the community. For example, one of them being a canoe landing that's referenced as Kalai Ahiomoi. It's possible, given you saw photographs of the cobblestone beach where it could be used as a canoe landing. One of the testifiers mentioned that they witnessed a fiberglass canoe being landed at that particular area. So it's definitely possible, but as the photographs also show, that the project is not impeding upon the beach area, the Cobble Beach area. They did a certified shoreline survey. The survey is much further in, and as you can see from where the property boundaries are, and upon that is another additional 40 feet of shoreline setback. So again, the proposed improvements that will support the proposed subdivision as well as the construction of single homes must respect that 40-foot shoreline setback. There's also reference to a Kalai Ahiomo He'al, about an eighth of a mile from the property. So that he'al is not in close proximity to the property itself. But the applicant is not aware of any features associated with a he'al on the project site itself. And this was further confirmed with two archaeological field investigations, one done in 1992 and one more currently in 2020, at the end of 2020. There was also mention of a temple and a beach stone path that leads directly east to the cemetery and said property. Again, those two archaeological studies did not identify any such paths nor any such temples or shrines on the project site. There was mention of a Kalai Hiamoi stone fishing shrine that was allegedly bulldozed by the applicant. Again, the 1992 survey did not identify any such feature. The more recent one, again, didn't identify any such features. And I should note the applicant did purchase the property in 2022. So between 1992 and 2022, there was no known features. So the applicant is not aware that any such destruction or removal of that shrine occurred. There was mention of a Kaipo Elehu Cemetery. We believe that is the cemetery located on the Mauka side of the Kalapakapoho Road, just further to the east of the project site. That cemetery, we're well aware of it. The most recent archaeological field investigation did have a cultural assessment component to it, where they did reach out to well-known families in the area, the Keli Ho'omalu family, as well as the Kealoha family. And those family members did reach out to other family members to try to determine whether or not any burials associated with the cemetery could also be situated within the project site. And the report back was none of those families were aware of any burials within the project site itself. There was concerns about flora, endangered species of flora and fauna on the project site. The applicant is not aware of any such endangered or threatened species. Studies conducted also did not identify. If anything, the applicant has taken measures to try to remove vegetation that has become invasive, some of it being the Milo that exists in the area. It has intruded into the shoreline area, and the applicant has made some efforts to clean it out. Ever since the applicant was notified of a cease and desist from all activities on the property over the past year and a half or maybe longer, he has stopped all activities, and much of it has now overgrown. So again, part of the effort of this project is to not only reside on the project site, but also to care for the land by removing and managing the vegetation within the area that has become invasive at times. There was concern about wastewater and runoff. It is true that the project site is not serviced by sewer, but the applicant will comply with all State Department of Health regulations regarding wastewater disposal through the use of individual septic systems. The applicant has taken steps to reduce the amount of paved surface. You may notice from the original application to the site plan that you saw on screen that the turnaround area has been reduced from basically a 90-foot wide turnaround down to basically a Y-shaped turnaround. That will reduce the amount of paved area and the propensity for excessive runoff in the area. Grading of the property is going to be kept at a minimum. The applicant does wish to shape the land following the existing contours of the land. They're not going to take a D9 bulldozer and basically scrape that area flat. They want to basically create the subdivision and site the homes with respect to the existing topography of the property. There was mention about coastal inundation. The planning director's analysis, as well as our analysis, confirms that the project site is not subject to a flood area, coastal or otherwise, and it is not subject to a sea level rise of 3.2 feet over the next 75 years. And that's all of that documentation is in the application as well as in the planning director's report. And finally, there was a mention that the project itself is not aligned with the character of this section of this part of Kaimu. We note that the right next door, this property is a part of the Kaimu Makena homesteads. It maintains an existing RA half-acre zoning. Many of the properties in this area go down to about 5,000 square feet of land area. The applicant's proposal is for half an acre. So we believe that it is a consistent use. It is not out of character with this particular area of Kaimu. So With that, Mr. White can speak to the two photographs that he's presented.
Yeah, so one of the complaints that came in,
If you speak into the mic. yeah,
oh,
thank you.
one of the complaints that came in was that we had, in our clearing, that we had blocked the coastal trail. And that's not the case. There was some trees that were cut down there and for a short time did block that trail. But that was because the county told us that we couldn't do any further work on the property. Since then, somebody, not us, has come in and cleared those logs that were laid across the trail. And those pictures, the overgrown picture, that's the actual trail. That's where it goes down to the shoreline. And then the part that's cleared that has the red line, that red line is the coastal trail. And that we actually improved when we were in there. There is still a trail. You still can get to the beach. I still traverse it. It's just, it's not for somebody that's handicapped.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant or the representative? Okay, if not, I will proceed to public testimony.
Thank you, Chair Lynn. You have 6 testifiers signed up to testify in person. The first testifier is Leslie Enriquez Rosehill, and she will be followed by Mark Lindsay. So if we could have Mr. Lindsay join us. Yeah, come on up. Please turn on the microphones right in front of you. I think there's a green dot that you can press. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Aloha. My name is Leslie Enriquez
Excuse me,
Rosehill.
Leslie. Let me swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Lindsay? Thank you. All right. We'll start with Ms. Rosehill. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and then you may begin your testimony. And you'll have 3 minutes, and I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
Mahalo. Aloha. My name is Leslie Enriquez Rosehill. I am a Kaho'okaulana from Kimu. I am representing myself. I am testifying in strong opposition to the proposed development of a subdivision consisting of 5 homes along Pu'ilima in Kimu. We are a fishing family and have lived and practiced for more than 7 generations here in Kimu. All of my kupuna are buried directly Mauka across the red road of where this proposed project is located. I am one of the caretakers of our EV there. This area is very special and sensitive as one of the only areas in Kimu where we gather limu and other resources that we malama. I've watched in the recent years every single kupuna tree on this land proposed for development be cut down and harvested out of puna before any permits were issued and gates then put up. I've come to believe that these current landholders are not polole stewards. My belief is Aina is not a commodity. She is a kuleana, and I fear for the next generations, including my children, will lose their gathering practices and connection to our kupuna Aina if projects like these continue. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, Mr. Lindsay, go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Mark. I'm a resident of Kimu,
and a part Hawaiian. I want to make several important points about this property. This is a very sacred property. There are very few places like this. So when people are interested in buying land like this, the sensitivity of that land is paramount. So basically, there was an old growth Milo forest, approximately 2 acres on the land. And I have monitored it for 50 years. And always amazed that that forest stayed there. Locals would come and not abuse that forest. And contrary to the earlier statements, most of that forest was destroyed within the last year and a half, completely taken down and not even utilized, but most of it discarded on the side into piles. However, this property is part of, I made this up, but I think an archaeologist might be able to agree with me. Kalaiahiamoa is part of an archaeological complex, which includes the Heiau, 1/8 of a mile on a Hia road, which is in remnants. That's the Heiau. Then there's Kaipo'elelu, which is the cemetery directly across the street from said property. Then we have remnants, which I could show all of you. Any question, I will show you if you want to see it. Different remnants of footpaths, which are stones from the ocean going Mauka on different lands across the street. There's also a canoe landing. This is part of this complex. You have the cemetery, you have the canoe landing, and you have this remnants of an ancient temple, which I don't know anything about it, but you can Google map it and it pops up every time on Ahia Road. So basically, to cut this short, that's an important paper I need to show you, but to cut it short, good stewardship of these culturally sensitive lands is so vital. I don't believe that Kimu Cove, I know that Kimu Cove LLC has not shown good stewardship. They destroyed old growth Milo forest. They destroyed it. It's not there anymore. And it'll take 5, 6
You have 30
generations for it
seconds
ever to
left.
come back. And I want you to think about that before you make your decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair, next we have Emily Nioli, followed by RJ Hampton.
Sorry, I'm handicapped, like the brother said, right? Handicapped.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please state your name and town you reside in, and you may begin. You'll have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Is it possible for me to give her 2 minutes of my time to Emily?
Sorry, it's not in our rules to allow that. Each person would be allowed 3 minutes.
Oh, Bakeba.
So my name is Emelina Ole, and I was born in Pahoa, raised in Opikao. And I brought my pictures of my ancestors because they say buried right across the street. Yeah. And so I have my parents, my grandparents, aunties, uncles, and we've been down there since I was born, and I'm 68, just made September 23rd, 68 years old, right? So here we go, all these years, right? So peaceful, all ohana, ancestors, they're more over there, you guys. So I came here, I had other plans today, but when I found out of what's happening with my ancestors and uncle over there, I no like when people come to my Hawaii and start taking things and doing all kinds of stuff. I went watch Kalapana get eat alive. I went watch Kapoho get eat alive. I went watch them all. I've been here since the day I was born. So I need to tell you, I'm very kind of serious because these are my kupunas. Yeah. Right here is my parents, Gabriel and Mary Kealoha. Them guys, they buried over there. And these are my children. These babies are all leaders of our community. And this is their ancestors. These are my babies. Yeah. And so God said, bring your pictures because they know about family. They know about Farah Mara children. This is my husband. He died and he's over there too. Yeah. And I lost my first child when I was 19. She's over there too. They're all over there. And so I'm very concerned because I don't want to have all kind of, already we have enough problems, right? I'm a gatherer. I'm a natural gatherer. I gather things from the sea. I gather things to make, leis and whatever I do. I'm a gatherer. I know I have rights as Native Hawaiian people. So, because we're not stupid. We're pretty smart. And I was here at a meeting, 500 people, I remember. And I told them, Hamao Kaleo, be quiet. I did. I have some mana in this island. And because I love people, people love me back. So I need to share my mana. That's why RJ and Sativa brought me today. I don't drive. I had people bring me. I had people call me, Auntie, wake up, right? Smell the coffee. And so I watch people come from America all over the place. And they just like take our stuff.
You have 30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
take our stuff and do whatever they like to do. And so RJ, share that it is real. I am a native. I'm from this land and I'm tired of people taking advantage of us. Thank you very much.
If it's red,
It's your turn.
do I hit the red button?
It's on.
Yes. All right, I'm going to start where Emily stopped. I can't come to this meeting without tearing. The very idea that someone wants to do this and have it bulldozed and say, it's all right. Oh, we're putting cesspools. It's all right. We got it all figured out. And I'm saying, how could you be so confident to say you have it all figured out? The audacity of this corporation to tell us that. We've already lost land over there at Ormat, Helco, right? And if you don't know, they are thieves. I had to study it because Emily wanted me to, you see. And I've seen the damage that just the geothermal has done. They have the audacity to want to do some more. If you don't know, what do you call it? The stuff that came up, the geothermal steam, I want you all to know I followed it. I followed it since 2005, okay? And I watched it as they got gold and silver and everything out of that geothermal steam. What did they give them? What did they give the people who came here? Why are we even discussing it? Because they have a right to tell us their dream. I'm going to tell you something. Everybody has a dream. But I don't think any of you up on this stage, and Zendo, you know for Hawaii, 30 years. And so I'm going to say to you, think hard. Ask yourself, why is it all bulldozed? If they have to ask for permission and they have to get it, what's going to stop them from not paying attention and going, oh, I didn't know, I'm not going to give a fine. What makes you think everything that they bring to you and or Matt, I mean, you go look at it, okay? They are making bank. And now they're coming over here and they're asking for permission to, do the water studies and all the rest. No, I would say to you, all of you,
You
if
have 30
can't-
seconds left.
if you can't follow the rules, if you can't, you make up rules, then these are not the people we should. And think about the king. They stole the electricity. He had, oh my goodness, I could tell you studies, gold and shipment and all the rest of them. I'm going to tell you something. It's not time to take any more. I drive down that road every day.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for your testimony.
And thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony.
The next testifiers are Sativa Sultan and Gina McGuire. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
I do.
Thank you. Before you start, please state your name, the town you reside in, and you'll have 3 minutes, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
Thank you. Aloha. My name is Sativa Sultan, and I live in Seaview, Kalapana Estates on the Red Road. And I just wanted to say, in opposition to this development, the area, I don't know if you've all been there, but the area is very fragile. It has one little tiny road, like as you saw, one little tiny road in, one little tiny road out. And I got there in 1994 and I bought property and lived there, and I watched the area just explode. We have 3 subdivisions packed together. We have a beach where 1,000 people come on Sundays. The county can't do anything. We have a subdivision where 1,000 people come every Sunday after they go to the beach and they party up on the subdivision. The county can't do anything. The development in the area is out of control because what's happened is back in 94, we didn't have this problem. It was like 10 people in my subdivision. It was tiny and the roads accommodated everybody. But now it's like traffic jams, accidents, all kinds of things that come with a huge influx of people in an area that's never been developed correctly by the county. It's never, the roads haven't been put in, the bike lanes, and you see like people on bicycles and you see trucks flying. It's really out of control already. And so if the planning department can stand on the tiniest technicality, I don't care if it's teeny, I would do it to save the area. Because as they said, there's so many things that are there that we know about and things there that we don't even know about. It's precious. We have a precious commodity. Don't sell it cheap. Don't sell it to them. Keep it for the island, for the future, for the generations to come. They're going to mess it up. Of course, they can't help it. Everybody got pesticides. Everybody got fire. Everybody. It's just going to be more mess in an area. And I understand he's from Kailua. And so it's like, you go to Kona. Everybody who's been there 30 years ago realized how beautiful it was. It'll never come back. And that's all we're saying. If we develop this area, it'll never come back. And there'll be more after him that come in. And we want another development, The area has not been put in to how you say, to support the development. So I would do at the planning commission, I would really look at the roads, look at the amount of people that are already there and the emergencies. Like on that road, the lava's already come cut off this side. Lava's already come cut off this side. We only got teeny OP cow access. We get the red road, tiny. We got too many people in case of emergency. So even on that technicality of public safety, we don't need any more development.
You
in
have
this
30
area.
seconds left.
And I think I'll just say thank you. I know it's a hard decision and I emphasize and use your wisdom and I know you will. That's it. Bye. Aloha. Should I stay? Or do I stay? Okay. No.
Aloha nui. My name is Gina McGuire. My dad, John McGuire, grew up in Hawaiian Beaches and Kalapana. I currently reside in Ainaloa. I've spent the last 4 years, 5 now, doing my field work for my doctoral research down in Kalapana, Kaimu, from the edge of Kehena to the national park. And you guys already have my written testimony. I know I sent it in late. I just found about this yesterday, and I was very emotional about it because this is a very special place culturally. It's a very special place ecologically. And coming in, I ran here from the field. I looked like, I just came out of the bushes, but I did because it's important to be here. But to hear the kind of disregard for, oh, there's no endangered species, there's no this, there's no that, we're going to put in septic tanks, that doesn't make it okay. And this is a very special site in the tide pools that are immediately adjacent. We've been documenting the biodiversity there. And we've been doing recurring vegetation surveys. So you can give me whatever timeline you want, but we've done surveys 2020, 2021, coming back now in 2024. The landowners have already completely changed the character of that place, have destructed ancestral forest groves. And these are not just environmental, like cherished environmental things on the Kalapana coast, rare forest pockets, but this is also culturally ancestral groves of forest. It's just, you guys already have my testimony, but you talk about putting in septic tanks. You're talking about an area that has groundwater very immediately close. We have evidence of it. We've done seawater testing for temperature. We know groundwater is coming out. So you put in a leach field right there. It's just not pono. It's not right. And there's right and wrong. And when I read that it was already recommended for development, I was horrified. It's embarrassing. This is not an area culturally or ecologically that should be developed. It is right across the street from huge Mauka lands of Iwi Kupuna. You think Iwi Kupuna want to look across the road and have 5 houses between them and the ocean? You think when they were placed there, it was intended for people to put houses there? It is not a place to be built upon. And I cannot stress enough, on the Kalapana coastline, from the national park all the way to Kehena, this is the only tidal access point for cultural gatherers, for fishermen. This is a low point on the coast. Geologically, there's no other place like it for miles. So you're putting a development right next to this very geologically, ecologically, and culturally significant point. And to go back to Uncle Lindsay, his comment, this is not just because there's no burials there doesn't make it less significant. It's part of a wider landscape, a cultural landscape, and he called it an archaeological complex, and that is true. And if anybody wants to go down there and walk with me, I'll walk with you on the coastal trails, and I will show you how this landowner has
You have
interrupted
30
the cultural
seconds
trail
remaining.
that connects Kikala Ahupua'a, which is intended for the native Hawaiian residents who are dislocated from the Kalapana flows. That's where they live. This piece sits right between connecting those lands and Kaimu. It's critical. And yeah, you cannot go and you cannot see the coastal trail there anymore. Yeah, you can still walk on it, but it doesn't look the same. So I find that very disrespectful and indicative of their disregard for this land. And I really discourage, if you guys have any power to stop this, this does not belong there. Thank you so much.
The
Maya.
final, the final testifier is Richard Valdez.
Sorry, I stopped right here. If I could have staff clean up the testifier table, please.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. It doesn't have any COVID in it.
But 1 second, Mr.
Sir.
Well, we'll just wipe it down. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Valdez. I'm partnered with Mark Wyatt.
Oh, sorry, we'll have to swear you in first.
My name is Richard Valdez.
Do you swear or affirm to
Oh,
tell the
sorry.
truth on this matter?
I swear to.
Now before the Windward Planning Commission.
I've
Okay.
never been in court or anything like that. So
Okay. All right.
You will have 3 minutes and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please state your name and the town you reside in.
okay, my name is Richard Valdez. I live in Kaimu. I am partnered with the owner, Mark Wyatt, and we've been here since 2006.
If you could speak into the mic, please.
We've
Thank you.
been here since 2006. We're well aware of the Puna area. Mark volunteered 7 years as treasurer for Kalapana Seaview Estates Board of Directors, and I chaired the Board of Directors and we also intervened and edited part of the Puna Community Development Plan. So we studied all that. We know what's going on with Lower Puna, more so than a lot of people that live there. I think that many of the people that speak haven't even visited the property. The Milo tree is there. I mean, there was very little impact to it. I mean, I doubt any of the people that have been there recently or saw it before. I walked the property before. I didn't see no sacred shrines, no stones. I mean, I'm Hispanic. I believe in culture. And I, for one, would be offended if we did anything culturally wrong. I mean, that insults me to think that people think that. People are acting like they know us and that we're out here to offend them. We let the Quijano family camp there, the Iona family camp there. Cariagas, I mean, they spend a week at a time. We have Kilihiamala fishes there. I mean, all of those people come to us and we open our heart and our gate to them. And they still plan on camping there. When we live there, we plan on living there. These are family homes. We've 3 families that are going to move there. We all plan to retire there. I plan to die there. I'm not going to treat something that I'm going to live in and die in with disrespect. I'm going to honor it and respect it with all I can. I'm 62 years old. I hope I live to be 100, but I doubt it. But till I'm alive, that property will be protected, maintained, and people will be invited to share in the wealth and health of the land. You know, I don't understand the hatred and the lack of, some of the people here know me. Well, so I saw some of the letters. Some of these people know me and they know that I have never done anything bad to this community.
Sir, you direct the testimony to me, please.
What-
Direct the testimony to me.
They never, because I am hurt.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Anyway, in all goodness and kindness, we have tried to go by the rule of the law. We built other homes, all by permit, all by the process. And we plan on doing the same with this. We hope that you keep us in mind and help us to get our family home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, we have no one else signed up to testify on this item in person.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to remind everybody that all members of the public shall extend proper courtesy and respect to one another, to commission members and staff. I understand this is an emotional issue. I understand, we all have the right to speak our minds, but yeah, just proper respect, please. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we do see that there's some Zoom testifiers. So if we can proceed to Zoom testifiers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 4 Zoom testifiers on this item. First testifier will be Leila Kealoha, followed by Keala Keli'iho'omalu. Leila, you may begin. If I can swear you in, please. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission? Thank you. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin your testimony. You will have 3 minutes.
We can't hear you. Christian, we can't hear her.
If you can come closer to your microphone, maybe it would be better. A little bit. If you can get even closer, it's difficult to hear.
Are you able to hear me now?
That's a little bit better, yes.
So
Christian, we cannot hear her.
I apologize. If you can come a little bit closer or speak directly into whatever microphone you have.
We're going to try to turn up our volume on this side, but if you can try turn up your mic on your side, ma'am.
I go after the person after me, please? I'm gonna re-log back in.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is Keala Keli'iho'omalu. If you can unmute. I will also swear you in, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin your testimony. You will have 3 minutes.
Aloha kako. My name is Keala Martins Keli'iho'omalu, and I am from the Moku of Puna, specifically the Ahupua'a of Kaimu. I write this testimony with deep concern regarding the proposed development of Kimu LLC. Kimu Cove LLC. Our community in Kaimu holds a special cultural significance and a deep connection to the Aina that has shaped our way of life for generations. This development not only threatens to disturb the cultural landscape, but also the integrity of our close-knit, laid-back community that values relationships and traditional ways of living. One of the most concerning aspects of this proposal is the potential disturbance of iwi kupuna, located across the street from the proposed site. These ancestral remains are sacred to our community, and any threat to their protection is a profound violation of our cultural values and responsibilities. We are the stewards of these lands and the caretakers of the bones of our ancestors. The desecration of iwi kupuna is not just a physical act, it is a direct attack on the spirit and identity of our people. The proposed construction will also disrupt wahipana and sacred sites that carry ancestral importance. These places hold stories, traditions, and cultural practices that cannot be replaced or restored once they are disturbed. The integrity of our Aina is integral to the well-being of our people, and this project jeopardizes that connection. Additionally, our community relies on this coastline as our icebox, a vital resource of subsistence that provides us with fresh fish, limu, and other resources. For generations, we have lived off the land and sea in harmony with our Aina, taking only what we need and ensuring the sustainability of our resources. This coastline is not just a natural space, it is a crucial part of our daily lives, where we gather food to care for our families. Any disruption to this delicate ecosystem could severely impact our ability to live sustainably and maintain our cultural practices. Furthermore, the development is expected to raise property values in our area, where many of our local families already struggle to maintain affordable housing. As property values rise, long-term residents
30 seconds.
will be forced out of their homes. This is not just a financial issue, but a cultural one. The loss of ancestral land means a loss of identity and community. It also accelerates the gentrification that is already affecting other parts of Hawaii, displacing families who have lived here for generations. Kaimu has always been a place where community comes first, where we care for one another and for our Aina. The proposed development by Kimu Cove LLC is not in line with these values. It represents a threat to the cultural and social fabric of our community, and I strongly oppose it.
Thank you.
I urge you to, okay, thank you.
All right, again, we have Leila Kealoha asked to unmute, and we've already sworn you in, so if you can provide us your testimony, again, your name, the town you live in, and you will have 3 minutes.
Are you able to hear me now?
Much better, thank you.
Thank you. Eia ka mo'okua o ka ohana Kealoha. O Gabriel Luka Kealoha e kahi ke kapuna kane kua kahi no Kaimu mai oia. O Cecilia Sarah Kaulala ke kapuna hine kua kahi no Kioni o Io Maui mai oia. Noho pulau a hana ia o Gabriel Luka Kealoha e kolu. O Gabriel Luka Kealoha e kolu ke kapuna kane no Kaimu mai oia. O Mary Kavailani ma kua kane ke kapuna hine no pi kau mai oia. Noho pulau a hana ia o John David Kaulala na Kealoha. O John David Kaulala na Kealoha ke kamakua kane no pahoa mai oia. O Gail B. Holling Kamakuahini no Compton, California, my oya. Noho pula o hanau. Ia o lela ia wani bi ke aloha. No puna mai au. O wau o lela ia wani bi ke aloha. I am Leila Kealoha. I am a lineal descendant of this area. My kupuna are here with me today. I stand in solidarity with my kupuna as we oppose this project. In 2004, we were digging my grandfather's grave, Mauka of this proposed project. And if you see this sign right here, this Opihi shell right here, I walked to the beach across the street after we dug his grave to jump in the water because we were burying my tutu. And I carried this shell and I made this sign for my grandparents who are buried across the street. In 2002, December, I buried my father there. And I reached out to the planning department in opposition of this project. I was told that we would be contacted if anything progressed forward. I sent multiple emails checking in and nothing was told to me. When I look at the report and it says that there is no opposition or public comment opposing this project, that is untrue. We were given no notice. This will affect our iwi kupuna, my father, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, my great-grandparents, all of my ohana that are buried there. We access that aina. Since then, no say that the trees is still there because they ain't. The gate is up, the fence is up. All of my ohana, when we were digging my dad's grave, when we buried my dad, what is going on across the street? Nobody told us nothing. So don't tell me, don't name drop people's names, ohana's names, and tell me that they're okay with this because they're not. We are not okay with this.
30 seconds.
I'm not asking to oppose this project. I'm letting you know my father and our kupuna are watching over this place. When you talk about it not affecting the view plane, what you gonna do? Build houses right in front of their view. Take away our access to the ocean. Who wants to go sit in front of somebody's house and go gather? Nobody.
That's time. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, we have next two testifiers, Lealoha Alai Kale Mamahu, as well as Makani Greg. Lealoha, please unmute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth to the Windward Planning Commission on this matter?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You please tell us your name, the town you reside in, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Aloha kako, aloha to the committee planning board and all there in person. I live in Kimu, Mokuhulu. I am from this area, generations upon generations dating back to the 1800s and prior. So I kind of take offense when I hear people say, I've been here since 2006, 2012, whatever it is, we've been here generations. And one of the things that I could repeat what everyone else is saying, and I won't because I want to use my time wisely. And so what I want to say is that when you're looking at documents, when you're looking at archaeological findings and sites, you have to remember what framework that comes out of. I'm going to quote one of the things that is by memory, and it is specifically names Pu'ilima. Eia I Pu'ilima, mai ka ehu o ke kai nani me kalehua. And that's just the very first few lines. And this was written actually by my mom, Tigro Keli Ho'omalu. And we would frequent that area, Pu'ilima, it's called Pu'ilima. And in that area,
although people think there's no culturally significant site, you cannot depart from the actual archaeological sites that are very close in proximity to that adjacent land for the proposed project as not being a part of that. Because in I have a bachelor's and a master's archaeology, Hawaiian studies. It is not true that it is a compound, that people in our area lived as a village. And so you cannot separate out just one parcel for 5 homes. That's impossible. And to say that, oh, it's there just because a particular framework, scholarly framework tells us that that is no longer a site that has cultural significance. It does. In that quote that I just quoted, it actually gives us really good idea about Pu'ilima, that in Pu'ilima, those areas were flush and fluid with ohia, with all of the things. That's the documents you have to look at. Those are the documents. We cannot just keep looking at today's framework. We have to look at Hawaiian documents, Hawaiian text, because that gives us the ability to see what we cannot see today. That road, what we call the red road, is new in comparison to time.
30 seconds.
So I just want to bring that up in consideration of, and that before you make your decision, please consider those forms of documents to inform you. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chair, the last testifier is Makani Gregg.
Aloha.
Aloha, Makani. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Will you please state your name, the town you reside in, and you may begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Aloha, I'm Makani Gregg and I reside in Pahoa. Live in Pohoiki. Yeah, without repeating what everybody said, and I support what everybody has said here today in front of you folks. And it's hard to say what nobody has said. Besides, my daughter is also a lineal descendant of this area, and the Ohanas all along the new Red Road have kind of hanai'd me in, because I am also from Oahu, Waimanalo, and I've seen what small 5 homes gated subdivision, what happens to a place. So it's the same thing here. It's super emotional. And I hear what friend of Kimu Cove LLC in one way, that you want to retire here, you want to have your family here, but listening to the Hawaiian people, the lineal descendants of the area, that our kids, because this 1 5-home gated community, what that does to the living prices and to the lineal descendants of the area, that we no longer, our children can no longer afford to live here in their spaces where, again, their DNA is from. That was I think my biggest one, is that why I am against this development to have another subdivision, even though supposedly it's 5 houses, it's in a complex. You think Iwi Kupuna Uhane, the spirits, like you're not gonna be affected, like, oh, you're gonna, take care of this, you're all good. Yeah, it's not okay. It's not pono. And those are the few places that I remember when I first moved here, also with my daughter and her father, to go to harvest. And it's such a special place. And once those gates came up, it was like, what is going on? What is happening? And there was no word. I just heard about this yesterday, and it was, yeah. So that's all I wanted to say, mahalo, that I do not support this this gated subdivision on a super sensitive place. Mahalo.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chair, there are no more Zoom testifiers.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in attendance that would like to testify? Seeing none, I'd like to ask for the applicant to come back up and their representative to address any of the testifiers' concerns. Sorry. Thank you. No, thank you. Mr. Rai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the concerns and testimonies that were offered this afternoon. The applicant wants, seeks the same opportunity that many of the residents who live in Makena Kaimo homesteads have, which is opportunity to live in this beautiful area. Their intentions are sincere. People may point to past actions, not all of them caused by the applicant, but the record will show that they try to do things the right way and with sensitivity. And they will continue to do so if given this opportunity. Again, the project itself, the applicants do wish to reside on the property. They have like a total of 3 partners, I believe, or 4. And out of the 5 lots, they're looking at, if anything, only one of those lots being sold. The others will be maintained by the partners in this group. And they do wish to make this their home. They wish to retire here on this property. And by retiring on the property, they will be actively engaged in caring for the land in the way that other residents of my Kaimo Makena homestead do. So they simply wish for that same opportunity that others have. You may have noted that on the presentation earlier this morning that the lands have been designated by both the state and the county for decades, extending all the way back to the 1960s. And adjacent to the east of this property is about 2,000 acres, I believe, of 1,800 acres of state-owned lands. And those lands are in proximity to the tidal pools that was mentioned by one of the testifiers. I want to emphasize that, you know, the reason we are here today is to ensure that any use of the land, any development of the land is able to reasonably mitigate the impacts upon coastal resources of the area. And, you know, the applicant believes that they have demonstrated that can be the case, and that will be the case. With all that being said, you know, we're hoping that there is an opportunity that we can have continued dialogue with some of the people who have testified today, and hopefully we can find common ground, or at least areas where maybe there can be a greater understanding and reasonableness. And, you know, we would like to offer on the table the opportunity for a continuance of this meeting in order to provide that opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rai. Commissioners, any questions for anybody? Okay. Anybody? No? Okay. Director Kern, you had some comments?
Thank you. So I've had the opportunity to sit up here for almost 4 years. Lots of controversy, lots of challenge, and I don't think I've sat here and cried the entire time. So my heart hurts a lot right now. And we have this job and this position that we do, that I sit in the seat for, that we take an application and we run it through the filter of our criteria, and we do our best to do that. And in many cases, we are able to hold on that and feel good about it, even though it might be met with controversy. But I'm telling you right now, there's something feels odd, something feels off. I've never shooken like this, and as to you know, Auntie said earlier, we've been in the room with 500 people, lots of energy. And I sit here and, you know, try to hold in that state of calm to observe. Layla, apologies. We were supposed to contact you. I thought we did. Clearly didn't happen. I take full responsibility. It's not right. Yes, I'm usually much better at speaking than this. When I heard that the Milos got cut down, oh, my heart so bad. Thought it was so wrong, because it was. And sometimes mistakes happen, and then there's a way to work towards a remedy on that. And I thought that that's more or less what was happening. I was hoping for. But I don't feel that way. I don't feel that that's been represented. I feel it's been brushed off. I feel that the care for the folks in that community aren't being taken into consideration. They're not being looked at. I would like to hear a lot more from the applicant. With respect to you, Mr. Arai, you're very good at what you do. So I don't feel good about this right now, even though the recommendation says what it says right now. I encourage you guys to get together. I encourage you guys to talk story. I encourage you guys to come up with some type of compromise, some type of conditions that may be acceptable. Because right now, I'm at the first time where I feel like really diving in deep and changing the recommendation. Something is not right. So I'm just going to leave it at that for right now. As you guys know, this is not my normal communication. But I felt very compelled to, because I've never felt quite like this before up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kern. Okay, so if no other commissioners have any other questions or comments, I'm going to put on the table the motion to continue. And Mr. Wyatt and Mr. Araya, what is the requested time that you would like to continue until?
Would it be possible to make the request at the call of the chair? The reason being is, I know my schedule, at least for next month, is pretty tied up and possibly into December. But at the same time, we want to make sure we give every reasonable opportunity where we can meet with as many people as possible. So I want to kind of preserve that flexibility, and depending on the outcome, I don't want to be compelled to rush, or we don't want to be compelled to rush toward getting something, structured, especially possible conditions that could help ameliorate some of the concerns.
Okay. All right. So that is my motion, is to continue the hearing on this agenda item number 1. And based on the applicant's request, I guess if we could base it off of the call of the chair, do I have to name the time now, or? Yeah, so let's have the applicant be in communication with the planning department on the updates on this agenda item, and then at the recommendation of whenever the planning department's ready to share with the planning commission, then we will call this agenda item back to the table. Okay, so that is my motion. So motion is to continue the hearing until the planning department receives updates from the applicant, and then they will then update the commission, and then we will reconvene that agenda item. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been seconded by Commissioner Deleuze. Any discussion on the motion? Anything that the commissioners would like to see? Okay.
I mean, should we have an AIS done on that?
That's up for discussion.
I would say, in light of all the testimony that we've heard today, that would be appropriate.
Director Kern?
Yeah, you might go further to a CIA, culture impact analysis.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Okay, is that a firm? Okay. Would you like to make a motion to amend?
Yes, I'll make a motion to amend Chair Lynn's motion by adding that AIS and
Or
or
cultural impact.
cultural impact study be done on this particular parcel before anything moves forward.
Is there a second on that amendment to the motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Baylog. Okay. Yeah, so where is staff? Hey, staff, so is there any other discussion on amendment of that motion? Okay. Okay, seeing none, then we will call for the vote for the amendment first.
For the amendment to Chairlin's original.
Correct, to include either EIS or a cultural
Well,
impact.
AIS or cultural.
AIS, sorry, AIS.
Commissioner Daniele,
Aye.
Commissioner Baylog,
Aye.
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
and Chair Lynn.
Aye.
Motion carries with 4 votes.
Okay, so just to repeat the action for today, it is a motion to continue the hearing until the updates are provided to the planning department, but also in that time, we will be requesting either a AIS or a CIS, which is called CIA, sorry. Sorry, well,
Cultural impact
if you could,
analysis.
yeah, we have to use a lot of acronyms. Archaeological or cultural study. So you'll be notified in writing.
Thank you, Commissioners, Director. I appreciate that effort.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, we amended it, but it's okay. Formality. Okay.
Okay, so this is for your,
Original motion
yes,
as amended.
as amended. Chair Lynn,
Aye.
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Baylog,
Aye.
Commissioner Daniele.
Aye.
Motion carries with 4 votes.
Thank you. Yeah, you can submit any inquiry to the planning department. Yeah, but we're after the motion is made. Thank you. Okay, yeah, we notify in writing. We'll take a quick 10-minute break. Oh, what time is lunch? Let's see. Yeah. You guys want to take the Lou? You want to take the lunch now? Yes. Yeah. Okay. We'll take a quick 30-minute lunch. Apologies. We had it scheduled for 12. So we'll reconvene at 12:50. Okay. We're gonna reconvene the Windward Planning Commission. It is now 12:58. We will move on to agenda item number 2, which is applicant's Maui Varieties Investment, Inc., formerly Jerry Souza, PL-REZ 2024-000059, also amendment REZ 13-00171. Application is for a 10-year time extension to its condition C, establishment of a commercial use, and an amendment to condition H, road improvements to require completion prior to occupancy rather than within 5 years from the effective date of change of zone ordinance number 1454, which rezoned approximately 1.0 acre of land from agricultural 1 acre A1 designation to village commercial 20,000 square feet CV20. The subject property is located at 15-1447 Kahakai Boulevard at its intersection with Keaupohoa Road, Keonipoko Homesteads lots, Puna, Hawaii, TMK 31-5-007, parcel number 61. Could I ask staff for presentation, please?
Thank you, Chair. Give me just a minute to get the presentation set up here. Okay, so this is an amendment application to an existing change of zone ordinance for Maui Varieties Investments, Inc. The location map shows you the subject property here with the red star, and it's located near the town of Pahoa, just Mauka of the highway in the Puna district. And the applicant is requesting an amendment to change of zone ordinance number 1454 as follows. It's for a 10-year time extension to condition C, establishment of a commercial use from the effective date of this amendment with no further opportunity for a time extension. And an amendment to condition H, road improvements, to require completion prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy rather than within 5 years from the effective date. The reasons for the request are after purchasing the subject property in 2017, the applicant halted design and construction work due to the effects of the Kilauea eruption and the pandemic. And given the additional time required to secure financing, complete design and construction, and to avoid the need to request another time extension, excuse me, the applicant is requesting a longer 10-year time frame. The request to amend condition H is intended to pair the timing of road improvements to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy rather than within a 5-year timeframe. Here you see the county zoning map, and the subject property is outlined in red, and it's currently zoned CV20. And nearby zoning is commercial, agricultural, and some MCX, which is mixed use industrial, or sorry, mixed use commercial. And state land use is urban, And there are some existing urban properties nearby as well as agricultural. And the LUPAC map shows the property is primarily designated medium density urban. This slide shows you the CDP map, and you can see the subject property. Let's see. So, sorry about that. On the slide, on the left of the slide, you see the larger scale area showing you the subject property in blue. And it's located, as you can see on the zoomed in map, just outside of the Pahoa Regional Town Center designation. Sorry about that. And nearby are commercial zone areas shown in red. This shows you the applicant's site plan, and you can see that Kahakai Boulevard is on the upper part of the slide, and this is the proposed development showing the structure in the center of the property, surrounded by the proposed parking and the access off of Kahakai Boulevard on the upper right and on the upper left, and then the exit on the upper right. And this photograph shows you a zoomed out view of the area. And so this shows you a little more detail about how the existing area has developed. Thinking back to the CDP slide that you saw, you can see that there are existing commercial hubs or kind of concentrations of development. The Punakai Shopping Center is on the lower left, and the existing Long's Drugs and some other commercial projects, structures are located on the upper part of the slide, which is to the north of the existing property. Of course, the subject property there is outlined in red, and the existing market area where Malama Market is located is on the upper left of the slide. There is also some existing agricultural and residential uses. And then this zoomed in view shows you the subject property again outlined in red. And the subject property, you can see the way that it's proximate to Kahakai Boulevard and the way that the intersection at the highway has been developed with exclusive right turn access and entrances into the highway. And of course, the subject property will take access from Kahakai Boulevard. And this shows you Kahakai Boulevard looking east on the left-hand side and looking west on the right-hand side. You see the subject property on the right side of the upper slide and the subject property on the left side on the bottom slide there. And with that, the planning director's recommendation is favorable, recommendation with conditions, and I can take any questions. I'll hand it back to the chair.
Thank you, Jessica. Any questions, commissioners? Okay, seeing none, then I'll ask for the applicant or the applicant's representative to please come forward. If I could please swear you in. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please speak directly into the microphone, state your name, the town you reside in, and who you represent. And then please let us know if you have received the background and recommendation reports from the planning department, and if you agree with the conditions proposed.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Sidney Fouquet. I'm a planning consultant assisting the applicant, Maui Varieties Ace Hardware. Wayne Kamitaki is the president. He's seated to my right. My residence address is here in Hilo. We've had a chance to review the staff's background report and recommendation, and as always, it's very comprehensive, reasonable, and the staff proposed conditions for a 10-year extension, as well as tying in the completion of the sidewalk improvement in conjunction with the occupancy permit is acceptable. I'd like to just give you just a little bit more background to the situation. The property was originally rezoned in 2014, and at that time, I had assisted the former landowner. His name is Jerry Souza. He makes one of the best Portuguese sausage, by the way, homemade Portuguese sausage. But it was rezoned into the village commercial district with the intention of his kind of continuing his, he had a small self-employed tool business, and he wanted to convert his warehouse to make like a commercial kitchen and thereby selling his famous smoked meat and Portuguese sausage. But in the meantime, he had like an industrial accident, so he couldn't really go through with his plans. Ace Hardware came along in 2017. They bought the project. When the property was rezoned, there was a rezoning condition that said you had to complete within the 5-year period, as was standard. Mr. Kamitaki and his people, they had hired an architect. They did a site plan in 2017, and then the Puna eruption came in 2018, so they had to kind of suspend all activities. Obviously, it affected the funding, the ability to get insurance. Then we secured an administrative time extension to the year 2024, this year. But, shortly thereafter, COVID struck in 2020. So that kind of, further pushed the project back. The idea is to eventually relocate what his small store in Pahoa is, which doesn't have good visibility, and the square footage is much too small to accommodate the needs of that region, and hence the reason for this new site. So with the proposed extension, they definitely want to do something. And with this proposed extension, if approved recommended favorably by this commission and ultimately approved by the council, then they're in a position to complete the project. And I think it'll be of benefit to the region, and if it can be done. And he has every assurance of having it done. So I'm sure Mr. Kamitaki would be willing to answer any questions the commission may have, but other than that, that's the nature of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuge. Any questions, commissioners, for the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, I do have to ask if there's any public testimony on this agenda item.
Chair, there's no in-person testimony.
Christian, any Zoom testifiers?
Mr. Chair, there are no Zoom testifiers on this item.
Okay. Seeing that there's no questions and no testifiers, is there a motion for action on this application?
Okay, I move that sorry. Okay, I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on application to be approved. Change of zone for docket number. We're on number 3, right?
Number 2.
No, number 2. That's
Number 2.
That's what I thought. Okay, here we go. I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the application be approved. The change of zone for docket number PL-REZ-2024-59, amending REZ 13-171 based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Daniele for a favorable recommendation. It's been seconded by Commissioner DeLuz. Any comments, discussion on the motion? Okay, I think it's very reasonable. I don't think we have any issues with providing more services to Pahoa so that people don't have to drive into Hilo. So yeah, call for the vote, please.
Okay, Vice Chair Daniele,
Aye.
Commissioner DeLuz,
Aye.
Commissioner Bela,
Aye.
and Chair Lynn.
Aye.
The motion passes with 4 votes.
Thank you very much. You'll be notified in writing. Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 3. If I can find it here. Okay, applicant is Andrew Matsuura, PL-REZ-2024-000063. Application for a change of zone from an agricultural 3-acre A3A zoning district to single-family residential 15,000 square feet RS15 zoning district for 3.25 acres of land. The subject property is located at 1078 Ahe Street, approximately 100 feet east of its intersection with Leilehua Street, Waiakea Homesteads, Waiakea, South Hilo, Hawaii. TMK 32-4-080, parcel number 17. Could ask for staff presentation, please.
Sorry, little technical difficulties. Okay, mahalo. As the chair stated, this is an application for a change of zone. The subject property, as outlined in red, is located in the South Hilo district of Hawaii Island, more specifically in the Waiakea Homesteads area. The applicant is requesting a change of zone from an agricultural 3-acre to a single-family residential 15,000 square foot zoning district for 3.25 acres of land. The primary purpose for the request is to develop a 6-lot single-family residential subdivision with lots to be retained for the applicant's family members. The applicant anticipates completing the proposed subdivision within 10 years of the approval date of the change of zone application at an estimated cost of $750,000. Here's the county zoning map, again for reference. The subject property outlined in red. The subject property is zoned agricultural 3 acres as indicated by the light blue color. Other zoning in the area is agricultural 1 acre and single family residential. The state land use designation for the property and surrounding area is urban. The land use pattern allocation guide map designation for the subject property and surrounding area is low density urban. Here's the proposed subdivision for the property as outlined in red. The applicant plans to subdivide their property into 6 lots, which are intended to be kept within their family. Access for the proposed subdivision is from Ahe Street, which is shown toward the bottom left of the slide. The applicant proposes to build the internal subdivision roadways to private standards and dedicate the 50-foot wide road lots from the existing easement shown intersecting within the property at the request of the Department of Public Works. Currently, the site plan shows the pavement of the road ending short of the property. Not sure, the mouse isn't showing. However, a condition of approval will require the applicant to construct the pavement to the southern and eastern boundary lines. This slide shows an expanded aerial view of the subject property, along with the roadway network within the surrounding neighborhood. The yellow arrows at the top and bottom of the slide show West Kawailani Street and High Street. The red arrows toward the middle of the slide show the extent of Kikaha Street and Ahe Street. The blue dashed lines indicate existing 50-foot wide roadway easements. There are existing roadway easements that anticipate future connectivity of these roadways once the intervening properties are developed. You can see that once Kikaha Street, which is the longer one running north to south on the slide, is completed, there would be connectivity between High Street and West Kawailani Street, both shown with orange arrows. Here's a zoomed in aerial photo of the subject property. Access is taken from Ahe Street. The enlarged aerial view shows the proposed property, which you can see there is an existing dwelling which coincides within one of the proposed lots. The photo on the left shows a view of Lelehua Street facing south from its intersection with Ahi Street, with Ahi Street being on the left side of that slide. The photo on the right shows a view of Lelehua Street facing north from its intersection with Ahi Street, and Ahi Street is on the right side of this slide. The photo on the left shows a view of Ahi Street looking west towards its intersection with Lelehua Street. The photo on the right shows a view of the subject property from Ahi Street. The director is recommending approval with conditions, and with that, I am happy to answer any questions the commission may have.
Thank you, Alu. Any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, if I could please ask for the applicant or the applicant's representative, please come up. I've already sworn you in, Mr. Fuke, so unless the applicant wants to speak, I'll swear you in. Yeah, okay,
My name is Andrew Matsuura. I reside in Mountain View.
okay. And you swear to tell the truth on this matter now before the Windward Planning Commission?
You will be honest.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Sidney Fouquet, planning consultant. I'm here assisting a longtime friend of mine, Andy Masura and his family. We've had a chance to review the staff's background report and the recommendation, and we found it to be professional, comprehensive, and acceptable. But we do have a couple of suggested amendments that I'd like to cover subsequent to my brief presentation. Yes. In terms, as the staff noted, in terms of the infrastructure, water is available. It's in the firm zone X area, so there's no drainage issue. There was a question, however, related to the roadway, because this property kind of falls like within an island that of surrounded by vacant land. And if and when those surrounding properties get developed, then when you look at the overall traffic network in that area, you would have like Ahi Street being connected to, I think it's called Ahi would connect to Lelehua Street and also Homalu Street. That's kind of like a Malcolm Mackay direction. And then you would also have this Kikaha Street, if it's fully extended, would extend to High Street. But in and of itself, this property is kind of in the middle. So unless all those properties develop, you really can't have those connection. Nonetheless, they don't want to, Mr. Matura doesn't want to have this project be developed in a manner that would foreclose that kind of connectivity kind of option. But yet at the same time would want to have what is reasonable, in terms of the road improvement requirements. And so we've had quite a bit of discussion with the planning department staff, and then arrived at a condition, for roadway improvements that essentially would be a little bit more than what is normally required for a private road standard relating to a 6-lot subdivision, as in this case here. So what they're proposing, and as reflected in your staff's condition, you would have like a 50-foot wide right-of-way created as a separate lot running through the gamut of his property, which would be eligible for dedication once the county decides to say we want it. And then he would be also obligated to construct half a street, within that area. Now, half a street would be a 10-foot wide pavement, a minimum 10-foot wide pavement with your swales and all that stuff that would accompany. So, and nevertheless, he would be in a position there's a fair share requirement. So for roadways and things like that. So you would hope that at some point in time, with his fair share contribution relating to his particular project, the other fair share contributions given by other projects in this area, if and when the county feels like there is a need for this kind of connectivity, they would have the ability, and hopefully the fiscal as well as the real estate ability to make those kind of roadway completions. So the proposed staff's condition kind of like reflects that kind of concept. The area that we'd like to kind of have consideration, however, is like what I had proposed, and which I believe was circulated. And essentially, in summary, what it does is like on the fair share contribution portion. Normally, the right-of-way requirement for a private subdivision is only a 20-foot wide right-of-way. In this case here, he's setting aside 50 feet wide. So that's, more over and beyond. So we're just asking consideration for the real estate value of at least half of the land be credited against the road improvement portion. And we think that that would be proportional to the level of impact and, of this project. As I was scanning through the condition, also again, if you notice the staff's, and I'm sorry I didn't catch this earlier, but on page 3 of the staff's recommendation, really relating also to this fair share contribution, it reads that the total amount shall be determined with the actual number of units. And so what we wanted to do is just change that to say lots rather than units, largely because there is this additional dwelling unit kind of consideration. So say if you have 2 or 3, lots on the property, then that could kind of make things, relatively confusing. So this is pure and simple, a land subdivision. So we kind of wanted to make clear that it would be based on lots. So the suggested language over here would be to say with the actual number of newly created lots. So in other words, the first lot, as is usual, would be exempt from the fair share requirement. And as you can see by the staff's earlier presentation, there already is a dwelling on that property. So the fair share assessment, if this project is fully realized, would effectively apply only to 5 newly created lots. So that would be the first amendment. The other amendment, and this is like all kind of surfaced as a result of my having to go to the commission, county council on Tuesday on another matter, was a simple 3-lot subdivision, and this whole notion of this additional dwelling unit issue, I think a matter that the planning commission had considered earlier, that came up. And so the question then became like, now you're having a rezoning and you're going to have 3 lots. And well, like in this situation, you have, like 6 lots. And now with this additional unit provision, now you have a potential for having like basically a total of 4 dwellings on each of the lots. So are we now talking about 24 units on this subject property, or are we talking about 6? So that was essentially the kind of question that the council had raised. And long story short, that matter had to be deferred because for obvious reason, we had to kind of like go back again to the drawing board. Then I reviewed the additional dwelling units, got Bill 123 further. And my understanding is it's only a question of time before the mayor signs that into the law. So we're assuming that that's going to be in play. But that the Bill 123 actually maybe was a suggestion of this commission or the planning director. But there is a caveat that specifically states that if you have a zone condition that explicitly says that this ADU doesn't apply, then that's fine. So I think that from my perspective, that would be the solution to the item that was being earlier considered before the council a couple of days ago, and conceivably could apply to this particular property. So the suggested language for this, this ADU on it, basically would take that provision and say, look, we're not going to use that provision and construct like 3 more units on each property. Subsequent to that, I had a discussion with the planning director just during your lunch break. And he informed me that the thrust of this whole ADU was to focus additional density within urban areas. And if you look at the map, this fits exactly to what the objective of that ordinance was designed to address, for that bill. So, and in further discussion with Mr. Matsura, he said, yes, the lots are all 15,000 to 20,000 square feet. So he doesn't mind having the ability to construct at least an additional dwelling unit on the property, as, you know, rather than four. So given that, I'd like to kind of like make further tweak to this amended, you know, what we're proposing. And basically to say that as represented by the applicant, no more than one accessory dwelling unit shall be permitted on any lot within the 6-lot subdivision. So
Okay, just to clarify, no more than one per lot or no more than one
one accessory
ADU?
dwelling on each of the,
Each,
on any
okay.
lot within the proposed, yes. So, and then this would be, and if you go along with the rest of the language, then the ADU restriction would be governed also by restrictive covenant to be recorded against the property. So as opposed to the original proposal, which I had was to say absolutely none, you know, no additional units, basically only one unit. After a conversation with the planning director and with the applicant, I think the ability to have an additional dwelling unit on the property would bode well. And I think that if you look at it from the purpose of the ADU perspective, you're not going to be in a position to subdivide, you know, because the zone is going to prohibit you from subdividing. So it's basically has to be a rental, and usually it's a rental associated with the family. So it's kind of like an extension of the Ohana zoning kind of concept. So, you know, with those two amendments, and as further amended, as I verbally articulated, you know, we respectfully request the commission's approval, favorable consideration of the Mr. Matsuura's request.
Okay. Mr. Fuki, just to clarify the lot size on these, so once you subdivide these 6 parcels, what is the lot size per parcel?
The lot size would be a minimum of 15,000 square feet.
Minimum.
Yeah, based on the zoning.
Yeah. So does that change your fair share? So if you then put a ADU on the lot,
The
is that-
ADU, however, would be only limited to one additional unit, yeah,
Yeah.
ADU,
So
rather
I-
than the three.
I guess the question
that's
is
currently
to,
allowed.
does that affect fair share if you put the new ADU on top?
No, the intent is really around the lot for fair share. So if they choose to do an ADU, they do. If they don't, they don't, but it shouldn't have any bearing on fair share.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to clarify, staff, I have here, under Mr. Fuke's amendment is condition M, but on the report it says condition Q for fair share. So
I believe it is condition M. Let me look at condition Q.
unless I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
that may be the last one.
Give me one
Okay.
second. That's what
Yeah,
happens when you
it's-
have
I see
multiple.
condition M, like in
Okay.
Mary, yeah.
I did have the wrong one up. Okay, condition M. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, if there's no other questions. Commissioner
Chair,
Deleuze?
just, if staff doesn't mind, I just wanted clarification on the roadway, you know, what component, it was kind of not clear to me. Pertaining to the fair share, so we can look at the map and they can maybe point it out to us. Just more clarification.
Although you can.
Sorry.
That's a good question, because I was gonna ask the same thing. Because the map wasn't very clear on exactly where the roadway was gonna be.
You're talking about this one?
No.
No. Further out?
Are you referring to that? Commissioner Williams?
It needs to be screen shared.
My apologies. Is this the map?
Maybe although you're tall, can you point out where the
Where the road ends?
yeah, where yeah. So under the new fair share, it would extend after that, right? Those two sections.
So there's gonna be a 50-foot right of way that runs in both directions. Yeah, well, all those, that's 50-foot right of way that runs all the way to that and then all the way up and down through the parcels.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Duluth? Your mic, Commissioner Duluth.
Oh, sorry, lot two. That roadway goes to high.
If you look at the map,
All the way to the
the
right.
road, the road which extends to the right,
To the right, yeah.
yeah, that would extend to High Street.
So
But there's an intervening parcel, so it doesn't abut High Street.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it
No,
creates
so-
an opportunity
So
for
the
connection.
understanding was that they would donate the land, so it would make that lot two smaller. Right? You basically would have to cut out part of lot two,
Yeah, so that lot.
right? That was, the question was, Mr. Fuki, was that the parcel that's half of that's gonna be donated to build the road if it comes up?
Correct. There's going to be invariably, he's going to have to make some adjustments to the proposed subdivision layout, what you see right now, just to make sure that each of the resultant lot, less the roadway, has at least 15,000 square feet.
Right.
And that's achievable because if you look at the middle lot, that's a little wider than normal. So,
Yeah, so that was gonna be my next question, because if they were gonna take part of lot two, it looks a lot bigger. So you have to reproportion the lot, is what you're saying.
that's correct. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, it's actually lot five, sorry. Lot five, so lot five will be reapportioned from lot six.
Both lot 5 and lot 6, currently, they're like about 22,000
Right,
plus.
240,
So-
so
So,
that was a piece of property that they would.
yeah, so you see the hash line. The hash line right now was supposed to be only like as a future right of way. So the idea
Right,
is to
right.
create, the full 50-foot right of way as a separate lot of record. So what you see is lot 2A, B5 and B6, they would lose the square footage of their land. But nevertheless, if I just eyeballing it, they still would have 15,000 square feet, which would be consistent with the requested RS-15 zone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sorry, we are all gonna look like this because our laptops won't allow us to turn the page. Okay, any other questions, commissioners? Okay, if not, is there any testifiers for this agenda item?
Chair, there are no in-person testifiers.
Okay, Christian, anybody on Zoom?
Mr. Chair, no Zoom testifiers either.
Okay, thank you very much. If not, then I will ask for a motion for action on this agenda item, please.
Okay, I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the proposed amendments to chapter 25, article 2, article 4, article. Oh, whoops, sorry.
Yeah, we're on the
Yeah, I'm one.
number 3.
Yeah, got it. I move that a favorable I, I move that a favorable recommendation be forwarded to the county council on the application for change of zone for docket number PL-REZ 2024-59 based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted. As amended, shall be adopted.
Yeah, because we have the proposed
Yeah,
amendments from
right,
Mr. Fouquet.
right.
And then, is there a second on that motion?
And if staff, would staff clarify so that we have those amendments as expressed by Mr. Fouquet?
First amendment is in lieu of paying the fair share contributions, the applicant may contribute, and this is to condition M, sorry.
Mhm.
An addition for, provided however, that 1/2 of the estimated cost of the road right of way shall be credited to offset the full amount of the fair share.
And then the second amendment?
Excuse me, like, there's one more amendment, you remember? Which
yes.
is noted in what I shared.
That would be to, I think, conditions.
Lots instead of units.
Yeah, that was on
Lots of
page 3, like on the last sentence. Second to the last sentence before it starts off with the numbers. So the total amount shall be determined with the actual number of newly created lots.
That is also within condition M. Yeah. Also, to limit the amount of, as a new condition to limit the amount of the accessory dwelling units to 1 additional accessory unit on the lots.
Correct.
Correct. Yes. So the proposed condition, like what I had passed out would read, as represented by the applicant, no more than 1 accessory dwelling unit shall be permitted on any lot within the proposed 6-lot subdivision.
Are you also adding, just to clarify, that the
Oh, Mike.
restriction,
But yeah, there's.
that the restriction would be implemented via restrictive covenants recorded against title?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So there was a motion for a favorable recommendation. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, discussion? Director Kern, you have any opposition to any of these amendments?
No, we're fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing that there's no other questions or comments on this motion, call for the vote, please.
Okay, I'm gonna take a Vice Chair Daniele,
Aye.
Commissioner Deleuze,
Aye.
Commissioner Bilal,
Aye.
and Chair Lynn.
Aye.
Motion carries with 4 ayes.
Okay, thank you. You'll be notified in writing of our decision.
Thank you very much for your understanding.
Thank you. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our, oh, sorry. Oh, still have new business. And I was gonna move on to the other thing. Okay, the planning director's report was circulated to commissioners on the 2024 report, or for September 2024. And that includes the determinations as well as minor permits, as we discussed earlier in our training today. Any questions if they have for the staff on those applications? Okay, seeing none, then we'll move on to anything that commissioners would like to add to the agenda for next meeting. We do have a very packed November agenda. So just letting you know. Okay. Okay, then any other announcements, staff?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So your next meeting is going to be held November 1st. And we are going to have 2 meetings on that day. The first meeting will be a special meeting for the general plan review. And that meeting will be about 2 hours long, starting at 9 a.m. And then once that's finished, you'll go to your regular meeting, which will start at 11, and we have 8 items tentatively scheduled for that agenda. We also will be finalizing your general plan review agenda, which will contain all of the anticipated meeting dates, starting November through March. Not all of those meetings may be held, but we're scheduling them in advance so the commission and the public is aware when they may be held.
Thank you, staff. Any other announcements? Okay, if not, the Windward Planning Commission's next regular meeting is tentatively scheduled for Friday, November 1st, as mentioned, here in the County Council chambers in Hilo, and the public can also testify via Zoom. The date and venue of the meeting are subject to change, and please, please let us know if there's any other things you gotta let us before time. I do want to see that schedule. Okay. If there's no other further business, is there a motion to adjourn this meeting? Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn today's
Okay.
meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we're gonna, motion by Vice Chair Daniele to adjourn this meeting, seconded by, is it Lauren? Oh, Commissioner Baylog. All those in favor? Okay, we're gonna adjourn this first meeting at, time is it? 1:45, and now we will move on, yeah, okay, we did. Okay, and then now we'll move on to our next, okay, yeah, we're gonna move on to our 1 o'clock, so we're gonna switch Zoom links and then we'll convene the 1 o'clock meeting. Thank you very much.
The closed captions transcript will be terminated shortly, and those who wish to save the transcript should do so now.